I don't know what's happening with the music aspect of the stream, and now it's loading, but it probably okay. It stopped. I was just concerned it was going to start and kick in after I already got started. But yeah, it was working, and then I was trying to like play with some different styles of music because sometimes I just put on like R&B or whatever. Hey, wake up, and it'll sound weird. And so I was like, well, let me try and find like the right mood of music, and then it just wasn't playing. It just wouldn't play. So now I'm just kind of sitting here, but it's fine. We can sit here and shoot the shit for a bit before we get started. So what do I have? You supposed to be working. No, you can't work because now I'm sitting here. Um, I'm doing this topic. Well, it's a combination of topics, but I'm doing the stuff you sent me, and so you have to come and talk somewhat or whatever. But it'll probably I don't know how long it'll be on. Um, I don't know how long I'll be going with this. I do have a couple like YouTube videos that we're going to watch a little bit. Hey Mary, are you able to come early this day? How was everything? Weren't you doing something last week? How was everything? It was for a job or something, right? I hope you got stuff. You know, if you feel comfortable, you can let us know. But we're rooting for you. Um, what? Oh, so okay. I'm waiting on my. Wait, where you going now? You said you waiting for your bus. Um, I went to a funeral yesterday. One of my neighbors passed away. She said, well, my face is bare, so I'll do my makeup again. I think that's what the people love. So okay. Uh I went to a funeral yesterday because one of my neighbors passed away. And this was okay, so there's lore behind this, and I think I'll just fill this time with some of the lore. So this lady, and I believe I've told this story on here before, but not for a very, very long time. This lady basically told me my family secret, which wasn't really a secret, it just wasn't discussed around my parentage. Um, so I was like I was 5, I think, and I was in, kindergarten, elementary school. And this lady was an aide at my school. We didn't live around here at that time. At this time, because this is like a family home, it originally belonged to my great great grandmother and her husband, and then my great aunt was living here, and so then it was her house. Like when I was old enough to remember, whatever, this was my great aunt's house, and so we were living in the same neighborhood, but um, like around the corner in walking distance. And this lady worked at my elementary school at the time. So I'm there doing my thing, playing with my little friends, whatever. And we were discussing our parents or something about like how we were getting home from school that day. And I said to my little friend, oh, my dad is coming to pick me up. And so this lady jumps into this child conversation and she's like, that's not your father. That's your grandfather. Your father is blah, 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 blah. And your grandmother is blah, 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 talking about my father's mother because apparently was friends with my father's mother or knew my father's mother, whatever. And also didn't find out later she didn't like my maternal grandmother. So she was cool with my paternal grandmother. She had some kind of vendetta against my maternal grandmother. So I'm just like that day. And I remember I don't think I spoke the rest of that day at school. And this was like around recess time. This was recess. I remember we were in the yard and this was recess time. So I don't think I spoke anymore that day until I got home. And then when I got home, like we got all the way in the house. And then my people, I realized are like, something is wrong with me. And they're like, what's going on? And then I just burst out crying and I'm telling them what was said and, whatever. So that is how I found out that my grandparents were not my parents and that my mother was not my sister. And that fucked me up in a lot of ways. Like it had a domino effect within my life. And it was like a reverberating effect on my life. So anyway, but want to be clear, I do not ever recall my family ever coaching me that these things were these things. As I've mentioned before, my mother was a literal child. She was 13 when she had me. So I believe that what happened is the family just came together to cope, and they were just coping, in taking care of me. And I just became one of the other children in the house because my mother was still a child within the house. And because my mother was a child and I was a child, and that's the mommy of the house and that's the daddy of the house and everything, I just naturally assumed, and nobody was talking about what had happened. I just assumed that that was my sibling, and my uncle and aunt were my siblings, and that those were my parents. I do not ever recall anybody ever telling me. I don't ever recall any of us talking about any of that. But that's just, that was my assumption, and it just kind of existed in that way till I was 5 years old, and then this lady tells me. So, okay, flash forward to when I'm about 13 or so. We moved around here because my great aunt passed away. Like I said, this is a family house. My great aunt passed away. Now it happens that this lady lives, there's a one lady in between us, and then that lady lives there. And so she lived there. And there were a series of things that were odd about how this lady interacted with not just me, but like my girlfriend that used to live across the street. She came, like it was like a neighborhood reunion at this funeral or whatever. But me and my girlfriend was sitting and talking. And mind you, my friend is still my friend. Like we still hang out and do stuff outside of her moving away. So we see each other. But the whole neighborhood or whatever came. So we're sitting there and we're talking about different stuff. And she was saying she was talking to somebody, and the person was kind of like being an apologist of this lady. Now, mind you, at this point, I didn't have any ill will towards this lady. I didn't have any negative feelings towards this lady. Like, I'm 40 years old. All ends well that is well, or what is it? All's well that ends well, whatever. And I just happened to see this lady like a month or so before her passing. And I was just like, hey, how you doing? She was like, hi, whatever. But my girlfriend was saying she was talking to somebody, and the person was like, oh, yeah, you might have been misremembering or whatever. And I was like, no, she used to be weird to us. She used to treat us weird because, like, their step. So my house is here, and then it's one lady's house, and then there's that lady's house. And their houses, if you ever live like on a block, their houses are like connected right up against each other, so that their steps and doors are kind of like right up against each other. So I guess like the rest of their houses from this line here that separates them, this one lady's house comes here, and then there's my house, and then her house comes this way, and then there's the other person's house. So their doors are like right against each other. So anyway, there's like this slight gap between their steps. And I remember back in the days when people used to run around and hang out outside and everything like that. Me and my girlfriend, who lived across the street, we would sit on their steps sometime, and like we would sit with our legs in between their steps because we were small and our legs could fit or whatever. Anyway, and that lady used to come out and be like yelling at us and this and that and the other about that. Then if we were sitting on our own steps or whatever, we would be sitting, like, especially let's say we were sitting here on my step, and like I said, her house is here, and then there's a house in between, and then there's my steps and house, whatever. So we could be sitting on my step, and this lady, no lie, her legs would be in that little gap between her and the other person's step, and she would just be staring at us. It was so freaking weird. Like, it was weird. And so then after I got older and began like Had my own stuff going on out in the world and life. Wasn't worried about none of this stuff. Um, she had other kids and things like that. One of her sons, me and one of her sons got into it one time because he said something about, I think I'm better than everybody. And I was like, no, you think I'm better than everybody because I don't think about you at all, type of thing. And then, like, if I would see him out in the street, one time I saw him at work, he was working at some restaurant and I happened to be going to the restaurant. And I just say hey to him and he looked kind of weird. Like, it was just always funky energy. And then he had a younger brother. And then I had a young cousin who's not with us anymore. But not because of that, but got sick and passed away. But the younger brother used to be fighting my younger cousin. They were the same age though, but they used to be fighting. And my cousin wound up calling that lady a B because I forget what the brother, like, they just would be fucking with us. They just would be fucking. It was like a blood feud, a family feud or something, and they just would be fucking with us. It was so weird. But like I said, that was so many years ago or whatever. I got to a point where I was just like, and especially after my grandmother wound up telling me the backstory that this lady, even before I was ever a thought, just always seemed to have. No, I was grown. I was grown when this happened. I was in my early to mid 20s, but still, I was just like, I don't know what your problem is. Like, I don't think about you. But my grandmother told me that this lady just always had a problem with her specifically. And I think too, that lady was a bit darker. My grandmother is a little lighter. I wouldn't depending on who talked to, you could call my grandma light skin. Thank you, London Link. You could call my grandma light skin. Some people might, but she's just a lighter brown. You know what I mean? To me, she's a lighter brown. She has other people in her family that are definitely pale, but I felt like it had something to do with that. But they both had their own husbands, so I couldn't tell you. This is boomer stuff, mind you. They're boomers. So I couldn't tell you exactly what it was that stoked the fire of dislike for this lady to my grandma, but she explained that lady had never really liked her. And so then by the time that happened, my grandma was already over this lady because she's just like, what is your fucking problem? They had words about that. And then there was also the fact that I've talked on here about like the complications of my parents being children, like I said, and not feeling like any of the adults involved handled it as well as they could have. And it was all that type of thing. So it was just a bunch of stuff. And so then, like I said, having that background information kind of put me in a space to be able to metabolize what had happened a lot better and like kind of go, oh, okay. I mean, I knew it wasn't about me per se, but it was always just weird and random to me. Like, why the fuck would she do that? What the fuck was wrong with her? But to know that she felt like she was doing something on behalf of like my grandmother, for instance, and because my maternal grandma told me that she was cool with my paternal grandma. So I'm like, okay, that makes more sense to me now than just her being weird. Thinking that she was somehow defending her friend, whatever. So we got to a point, like I said, where I was just kind of like, okay, that happened. It is what it is. I kind of get it. It was weird. You're still weird for that, but whatever. And then she just kind of up and passed away. And I was like, wow. And surprisingly enough, my grandmother was a little upset by, her passing. Again, because I believe that's her age mate. And we all grew up around here together. They grew up together, even if she didn't like her, all these other things. And it was just an interesting thing to just sit back and reminisce and then kind of orient ourselves in where we are now. Like my friend that I was talking to, she's a grandmother, and some of my other friends are grandmother, and all of that type of stuff. So it was just circle of life type shit, like circle of life. So that was definitely interesting. But I went to make sure that they saw that our household came to pay our respects and everything like that, because still, regardless, it's kind of like we are family. And especially now with the gentrification happening, we all kind of dwindling down, so we gotta kind of hold on to what we can, don't lose these recipes kind of thing. So that's what's going on. What else? Mary says this could have resulted in much worse consequences. No thought. Or yes, I was always very. No, you didn't. Nothing's offensive. You saying I was always very, like I said, like I couldn't understand why she would do something like that. Like who does that, and why would? What did you think would happen in that type of thing? You know what I mean? Like you're telling a 5-year-old, what the fuck am I supposed to do? And now you done fuck me up. You done fuck me up. And for what? To get back at these grown women? Like what? I couldn't. It still to this day blows me away. And like I say, even when I was a little bit older, not that much, because me and my friend, I started coming around here and kicking it with her when I was about 8 years old. So I guess it was still fresh for her. It was still fresh for her. Me and my friend always say we've been friends since single digits. So that means a lot to us. And she is like, it's way more than a friend at this point. Like we both talk often about how much we appreciate each other and how important it is to us that we've had this long lasting connection and friendship and sisterhood. So that's really beautiful. Like I'm just in a place of taking stock of the beautiful things that I have going on in my life and the people and just being aware like everything is not promised and we all time is ticking, time is ticking. So that was just an interesting experience for yesterday. Well, what's going on with you guys? How are you doing? She said that part for a gotcha moment, you traumatized the kid. You're like, yeah, and when I say like a chain reaction, because a lot of the things, like I said, I talk on here often about how I don't talk to my mom and kind of unmet expectations and disappointments and then betrayal and all that other stuff. And it really kind of stems from that moment of recognizing that, oh, this is not my sister, this is my mother. So then putting a whole new set of expectations on this individual who, like I said, at that time was a child. She was a child, and even though she did grow up, there was a point in time where in my motherhood journey and being able to see my kid at those different stages of, and even now, because my daughter's 12 and my mom got pregnant around 12, and I'm just like, there was no way she would have been capable of meeting me where I was expecting her to meet me, especially when I'm kind of measuring her against a 35, 36, 7, 8, 9, 40-year-old woman, which would have my grandmother. You know what I mean? Like I was expecting things, but again, I'm only 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like I'm not. Everything is just askew. So I had to do a lot, and I do have a lot of resentment, not necessarily towards her, but just generally. That's something else I've been working on. Look at me telling my business. That's something else I've been working on recently too, is like recognizing resentment I do have towards like different family members, because I have had to parse through all of this stuff and unpack all of this stuff by myself and like put everything in its right place in terms of like, okay, whose fault is this, and is this anybody's fault, and what would I prefer to have happened, and what are my natural raw feelings about this, no judgment, and how does that serve me, does that not serve me, how does that serve my role as a mother, how can that position me to burden my kids with some of this baggage. It's been so many things that I have had to figure out on my own, and I am kind of resentful of that in a lot of ways. I feel, they talk about being a curse breaker of your family and all of that other stuff. Like, fuck that. I'm what to say, I'm just a baby. I'm just a baby. You know what I mean? Like, where would I feel, and that kind of coincides with stuff I'm talking about tonight, sort of, but not really, but like the idea of kind of being adultified. I do feel like even though I'm an adult now, there is a resentment within me for feeling like I have to be the adult in some of these conversations, and even bringing up some of these conversations that I feel like I have to have with my caretakers, my previous caretakers, the older matriarchs of the family and stuff like that, and having to navigate where I perceive their level of, processing is at with these things, and having to recognize, like, even when I feel like they're being childish or something, I have to still be a mom without letting them know I'm mothering them, because then who do you think you are? You're not my mom. You're not in charge. You know, you need to be respectful of me. You're being disrespectful, and you're only pointing out, some hypocrisy, or just something that doesn't make sense, or like, it's a lot, and I feel burdened by it, and I do feel some resentful about it. So thanks, lady, for that. I guess thanks, lady, for burdening me with that. Um, lure in live comments. Yes. Let me see. Hold on. Let me go back to what you were saying. I remember a neighbor growing up was so cantankerous. He used to knock on the door with a wrench because water spilled down on him from the tub in accident. Oh, underneath y'all. He was very cantankerous and infamous. And one day we noticed we hadn't seen or heard from him, and there was no. Oh, and there was a pungent odor in the building. No one knew he had passed until the smell got unbearable. Why did something like that happen right there, like where I live at? I'm like 2 houses down from the corner of a small block, and in that small block on that side, somebody was dead, and it was all these flies in the window, and it was a summer day too. And I remember everybody was just like, "What is that smell? Something wrong?" And they had to find the smell, and they found the smell, and the man was in there decomposing, and the window was full of fly. It was crazy. It was like, dang, how you live your life aided and no one checking on you. It was a relief not to see you so much that no one could help you in your demise. That's crazy. I'm glad you feel compelled to share this. It is. You feel this. Mm-hmm. She said her parting gift was trauma. I mean, I won't say that, because, like I said, by the time we've all kind of, with me growing up and just kind of reckoning with certain things, I didn't feel any negativity towards her. Like I said, when I would see her specifically, it was so funny too. I think what changed for me too was once I became, hey, Freedom Fairy X, once I became an adult, and like she would see me in passing. I know, I used to do hair and stuff, and I would do like the short caps, and she liked wearing her hair like that. So I remember she used to be like, "Oh, when you gonna come do my hair?" And, stuff like that. And I remember, I think I even gave her my number uh, for her to call me to do it at one point. It just never materialized, whatever. But it just got to a point where I'm like, I'm a grown woman. I got my own stuff going on. Whatever y'all beef is y'all beef. And that kind of helped me to kind of, it's not even that I took it personally. Like I said, once I had context for what had happened, I was able, I guess, to detach from personalizing it and just like, okay, these are just some immature bullshit that I got caught up in. And at the end of the day, I guess the stuff that I wound up having to deal with outside of her intervention or whatever became more shoot, actually at that point in time, I wasn't even dealing with that too much. I was just, it's between my baby father, my oldest daughter, the economy, just all types of shit. She was just very low on the totem pole of things that I was going to actively be upset or worry about. And I think also I got to a point where I recognized, as an individual and as a grown woman, you come at me weird, you're going to see some things. You know what I mean? So it was like, I guess I wasn't scared of her in the same way that I might have been scared of her as a child, or I might have been vulnerable to her as a child. I didn't feel vulnerable anymore. So it was just kind of like, you keep it cute, I'll keep it cute type of thing. And I'd like to believe that she understood that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So that's my my little story for our weekly check-in of what is going on. Let me think. Is there anything else interesting that I can think of that I want to yap about before we get into the more heavy stuff? Oh yeah, I'm catching myself in this. I'm going to put the trigger warning ticker up because we're going to be talking about some triggering things today. I'm going to start with the Nolan Wells stuff, and especially since Wake Up is going to at some point not have to be able to be here or whatever. I'm going to start with the Nolan Wells stuff, and then we're going to go into talking about the young lady. Did any of y'all see the young lady that had a birthday party? She's 13 years old. Her mother threw her a birthday party, and then these other women. It's always some women. It's always some women. Got up and started talking really crazy about like how she was dressed because of how she was shaped. So we're going to talk about that. So go ahead, get yourself together, sit back, relax, grab a snack, and I'm going to play the intro, and then we can get into the stuff that's going on, child, because oof, it's always something. Okay.
No problem. You in charge of the girls, right? I am in charge of the girls. Are you in charge of the girls? I am in charge of the girls.
Okie dokie. So, Nolan Wells. I had been just kind of peripherally watching. Truth be told, I've just been kind of peripherally watching the situation with baby girl with the birthday stuff too. But I was peripherally watching the situation with Nolan Wells because it's so heavy. It's so heavy, and with him just not being here, it's so heavy. He's not here anymore. He's not coming back, and also his parents seem to be on it, and they have a lot of support. And the NAACP has gotten involved. So many things are being done to bring child. Nancy Grace is on the case. Okay. And this is not me saying that like, oh, they don't need me to talk about it, but it's more so like I had chosen for my own mental health to take heart in the fact that they are getting so much support. They are let me see, you talk about baby girl and her birthday because ew. Oh yeah, I am going to talk about that. I'm taking heart in the fact that they're getting so much support and so much love, and especially that mother, his mother. I personally don't know how. Yes, happy Juneteenth, right? I don't know how she's able to be, because I'm even sitting here fighting back tears, how she's able to be so visible and not falling apart every second. Because they took her baby. And my understanding is that their only child. I haven't seen anything about any siblings. I haven't seen them with any other children. So I don't know. But the fact that she's able to get in, like I'll see in passing her doing TikToks and stuff, and she's like, hey, Bugaboo. She has some kind of pet name for like the general public. And I'm just like, wow. I'm in awe of her. But I also understand that finding purpose, that's one of the things, that's one of the tools that I use is finding purpose in whatever's going on with you. So I know she's probably like, look, I just have this battle to fight right now of figuring out what happened to my baby and getting justice for him and setting some kind of precedent so that stuff like this doesn't happen anymore. And I have so much respect for her in that. But otherwise, this is just such a heavy, hurtful situation. And she said yes, and people are making a mockery of her tears too. Yeah, it's like I couldn't imagine. And as somebody who, I always say, I was even thinking about it right before coming live, how I talk about, and not to be offensive or dismissive to anyone that does this, but I talk about how I just don't. And this is, again, before I say what I'm about to say, the case of Nolan Wells, the case of any child who, is harmed or ended through mysterious circumstances. I'm not talking about that. I'm more so talking about like interpersonal things between private citizens that are just interpersonal things and could stay interpersonal things. When people bring stuff to the internet, when people punish their kids on the internet, when people seem to be doing things for the benefit of the internet, of outside sources or validation, or just trying to garner some kind of, attention seeking behavior through whatever they're going through with other people on the internet. I don't understand that, because for me, I'm just like, these people really cannot help you. Nobody can help you if you're going through something, again, that's just an interpersonal thing. Just because everybody seems to be on your side on the internet doesn't change the fact that that person doesn't love you or respect you. Doesn't change the fact that that child needs something from you that you're not providing. Doesn't change the fact that the situation is what it is. It just creates a space for you to be able to come and feel like you're getting some kind of temporary, boost, dopamine hit from people being engaged in that way and maybe taking your side, and or give you something else to fight, because now you got to clap back at the haters type of thing. So I'm not necessarily into that. But like I said, when it comes to what's going on with Nolan Wells and everything, that's not the type of thing I'm talking about. Wake Up says the story's getting coverage and it's pushing out stories other Black people being around white people and ending up unalive. Yes, and that's important. It's like the Black lady. Yep, that sleepover, definitely that came back up. People were posting pictures about that. Hey Devonda, I haven't seen you in a while. I've seen you in passing, like different places, but how are you? I missed you. Thank you for coming. On this beautiful hump day, fade in the water. Yes, child. Ooh, that was such a good time. Next year I have to commemorate that, because that was really like it was delicious and it was food for the soul. On top of everything else, Fade in the Water anniversary Montgomery Brawl for those who celebrate. Is this the second year or the third year? Because that's the crazy part about it too. Like we've had multiple at this point, and that's beautiful. I love that. I can't wait till we get to a point. No, they wouldn't be able to do that. There's no president that would be able to actually commemorate this day, like officially, and it wouldn't be a problem. So I won't put that on nobody. It just would have been cute if, like, we eventually, in sometime in the future, while I'm still here, that we could get that commemorated, like Martin Luther King Day or something like that. Cheers and shares. Yes. Ooh. Okay. So, that being said, I'm going to go ahead and bring up a real quick brush up on what's going on kind of what's being said, so we can I'm looking at my things to just kind of see what's going on. And child, we don't need to see nothing from Club Shay Shay. I be just putting little things in like this dump box of stuff, so please ignore me if I'm talking to myself about what I'm scrolling past. Let me see. Okay. So we're going to start with this, and then we'll get into some other stuff.
Will not stop until we get answers about the death of Nolan Wells. And whether you're a detractor, a white supremacist, or someone who just hates Black people and you're adding to the noise about this case, I'd implore you to think about Nolan Wells' family. Think about a mother who tragically lost her child under the circumstances, and how you'd feel if you had no answers and no one who knows what actually happened working with you to get these answers. We have to just admit, nothing about this case makes any sense. The description has and it continues to be that Nolan Wells went out with his white friends on the 4th to Horn Island and he never returned. But we have to stop calling these guys his friends, because if they were Nolan's friends, they would have been at the police station, would have been at the funeral. They would be calling his mother non-stop to get to the bottom of what happened. Here's what they did instead. They kept Nolan's phone and deleted evidence, pictures, and social media posts. They had Nolan's keys and acted like they didn't. They all privated or deleted their social media. One of the boys' moms, a judge, released a preliminary statement as if she was the mother who lost their child. The coroner's office didn't send the full body to Washington for the independent autopsy. The lungs and the necks were missing. 2 of the body parts, which would determine if he drowned or had any blunt force trauma. And if this wasn't enough, over the last week, more bizarre things have occurred. These same boys that are cosplaying as Nolan Wells' friends set up a fundraiser to stand with the friends of Nolan who are being attacked online as if they are the victims in anything. Nolan's friends have been speaking to TMZ and being platformed by podcasters like Officer Tatum, who is a black man and a coon who uses his voice to disparage the black community for the right. Once again, if you're his friends and you're the only people who were out on Horn Island with Nolan, why are you talking to people whose only goal would be to paint Nolan as the bad black guy and you as the good white friends? Why would you be speaking to TMZ, a Republican-funded gossip outlet, instead of the police?
Have the friends taken polygraphs?
Well, from my understanding, all but I believe one took a polygraph, and from what was told to me that they all passed. And all of the ones that took a polygraph took one without a lawyer. My understanding, everybody took a polygraph test.
Why do you say that's from what
one.
You understand? Did they tell you they took a poly and passed?
Yes, ma'am. They told me that they did it. I wasn't there. So according to what they told me, they all took a lie detector test and passed. And it's an equivalent of a lie detector test. It's not a traditional lie detector test, but it's the same theology. I don't believe it was a polygraph test. I believe they took other stressors in order to analyze if the people were telling the truth or not. So then the answer to
did they take a polygraph would be no.
There was subsequent audio that was from the boat tow company that was released. That was and has been the biggest piece of potential evidence in this case, where one of the boys called for a sea tow, and in the background, there were voices asking if Nolan is dead, saying things like, "You killed him. Wait, what the fuck, Nolan, wake up. We have to hide this."
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership. Hey, up! Shut the fuck up! Damn it, Bart. What'd you say?
And since we knew that white folk and those who will do anything to protect white people would deny this, black woman who was an audio engineer named Janetta Brantley cleared up the audio so we could hear it clearly. As black people, we are acutely aware of the tactics that this country will utilize to paint black people as the bad guys, to cause doubt, and to infantilize the white perpetrators or suspects while adultifying the black victim. Investigators are continuously announcing to the public that Nolan Wells was drinking on Horn Island, as if that's some type of mitigating factor in his death. Everyone was drinking on Horn Island, and it was the parents that provided them the alcohol because all of these young men were under the legal drinking age. Why is it important that the public hears that Nolan, the black boy, was drinking and not the white ones? It's to try to elicit a response from the white community to insinuate somehow Nolan is responsible for his own death due to being intoxicated. It's all a ruse and a sick game to deflect attention from the only suspects, which are the white guys Nolan was with that day on Horn Island. The most insane thing is the fact that Bart, one of Nolan's supposed friends, had an alibi that put him somewhere else that day. But based on the CETO call, it appears that he was there. Well, like all the other people in this case, he has retained a lawyer to sue anyone online who is making content about him in regards to the case and anything else that he deems defamatory. Your friend has been murdered. You're quite literally one of the suspects, and you're suing us for trying to get to the bottom of it, which also means determining if any of you had any violent past or present. We all have to continue to amplify this case, and everyone needs to be investigated. The parents, the white young men who cosplayed Nolan's friends, the coroner, the investigators in Mississippi, the sheriff, the detectives, Officer Tatum, TMZ, the CETO, the doc, the fucking boat. Everybody. We have to ensure that the truth comes out and that Nolan Wells' mother and family can find some justice for him, and we have to keep amplifying this story until we find that truth. We, the black community, will not stop until we get answers about the death of Nolan Wells. And whether you're a detractor, a white supremacist, or someone who just hates black people and you're adding to the noise about this case,
sorry, some of y'all are saying you didn't know some of this stuff, so then I had to go and try to find, like, I went to find the recording specifically because London Link was saying he hadn't heard the recording. There was a recording, and it was very like grainy and hard to hear. I felt like it wasn't easy to hear, but you could hear certain stuff. But then this black women, always the ones, came, and she's an audio engineer, and she cleaned it up a bit so that you could more clearly hear what was being said. And so I'm just going to go ahead and play that so you can see and hear what she cleared up for us.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership. Shut up! Shut the fuck up!
As a professional audio engineer with experience in dialogue editing, dialogue cleanup, sound design, and post-production, and I specifically chose not to rely on AI because aggressive AI enhancements and voice isolation tools can sometimes introduce artifacts and distort the speech or create ambiguity around the sounds that were originally present. And for something this serious, I wanted my processing to remain as conservative as possible. Once I separated the dispatcher from the boat and started concentrating exclusively on the background dialogue, what I believed I was hearing became extremely difficult for me to process emotionally, and I needed to take a mental break. But I wanted to release this portion because some of the details that stood out most to me occur very early in the call, like right at the top of the call. And so I'm gonna let the audio play. Read my transcription if you want to reference, but don't allow it to determine what you hear. I want you to listen first, listen again, compare it with the original recording, and then judge it with your own. As a professional audio engineer with experience in dialogue editing, dialogue cleanup, sound design, and post-production, and I specifically chose not to rely on AI because aggressive AI enhancements and voice isolation tools can sometimes introduce artifacts and distort the speech or create ambiguity around the sounds that were originally present. And for something this serious, I wanted my processing to remain as conservative as possible. Once I separated the dispatcher from the boat and started concentrating exclusively on the background dialogue, what I believed I was hearing became extremely difficult for me to process emotionally, and I needed to take a mental break. But I wanted to release this portion because some of the details that stood out most to me occur very early in the call, like right at the top of the call. And so I'm gonna let the audio play. Read my transcription if you want to reference, but don't allow it to determine what you hear. I want you to listen first, listen again, compare it with the original recording, and then judge it with your own ears.
So that was she let it, whoever put it together had it play first. I picked that one because it had her picture in it, and I just wanted to make sure. I didn't know she was actually going to be talking in it, so I just wanted to make sure that she was featured so that you knew who it was that cleared up the audio. But yeah, that was the audio from the call that they made about the boat. And there's also another what's this called? Kind of a rundown of what's going on with the case. Hold up. Okay. So, I'm always about what questions aren't we asking, right? And this is another creator that is asking the type of questions that I have about the situation. Yeah.
Last several days, I've watched a ton of footage related to Nolan Wells' friends being interviewed. Two of them have now done interviews, or at least the interviews have been released. And there is one red flag that stands out to me above all else. The single most concerning red flag for me as a practicing clinician who's been working with clients for over 20 years and has sat with lots and lots of people. There's one thing that they are doing, or actually not doing and not saying, that is alarming to me. But before I explain what it is, I do want to say I am not saying that these boys are guilty of committing a crime. I don't know what happened that day. And I can't say for sure that they did or did anything or played any role in Nolan Wells's death. But what I will say is some of the information that is coming out as they do these interviews and some of the things that they're saying and some of the details. I mean, some of these things are very suspicious and should be investigated. Now, the biggest red flag that I've noticed, not just in these interviews, but in the entire series of events that have taken place since Nolan Wells was missing, is the absence of curiosity, both in their language in these interviews and in their conduct since Nolan Wells' body went missing. And let me explain what I mean. If you were going on an island, on a trip, with your 3 best friends, among them was Nolan Wells, who 2 of you are now described as best friend and or brother. These are terms of extreme closeness. So here we are, a group of 4 people. We're best friends and brothers. And one of them decides to stay on the island, and then you never see him again. Now, if we believe what these boys are saying, they don't know what happened to him. The last time they saw him was when he decided to stay on that island, and they haven't seen or heard from him since. If we believe that that's true, then what we know is, then the boys don't know what happened either. And they should be experiencing curiosity. They should be thinking, we're just as concerned, confused, and desirous of hearing the truth as everybody else. And they should be taking actions that look like that. Going back to the island and see if they could retrace steps and see if there's maybe a detail that they missed. They should be looking at the videos and try to see, do we recognize anybody in these videos that we could tell to police, here are some people you guys might not be noticing, because we knew lots of people. According to one of them, they knew 30 people that were on the island, and I haven't seen anywhere where they were helping the police or looking at the video footage or the pictures from that day saying, here's what's happening. They should be returning to the island and helping look for footprints, anything that would tell them this might be what happened. Now, they've gone back to the island. At least one of the interviews took place on the island, but it was more to defend themselves and to explain how they don't know anything. But there was no language whatsoever and no actions whatsoever that are associated with curiosity. And in those interviews, not one time, and I watched everything I get my hands on, I didn't hear one person say, man, I wish I could figure out what happened. I can't even sleep. All I'm thinking about is replaying the events of that day, trying to figure out what happened. I wish I could get the details, and I wish I could let the mom and dad know what happened. They're not using that kind of language. And that is extraordinarily concerning. The only thing that removes curiosity is certainty. Okay? So somebody knows something, because they must have certainty about something, or else they would be experiencing curiosity, as I've been explaining. Now, certainty is very, very important. Now, again, I am not saying that they did anything, but what I am saying is someone in that circle very likely knows more than they're saying, because that's the certainty that is removing the curiosity. This is by far, in my opinion, the largest red flag amongst all the things that I have noticed. And if I were doing the investigation, if I were interviewing these kids, I would hone in on exactly why they're not experiencing curiosity. It's alarming to me that the person doing the interview did not push on anything, but I would be saying, how come I'm not seeing this? And how come you're not saying that? And how come you're not experiencing these things? Because for an experienced person interviewing people, that would be something that would be standing out to me for sure.
Okay, so the title, the thumbnail of the show is about the adultification of children. Because in both cases, this situation with Nolan Wells and the situation with the young lady and her birthday, there are Black people who are the only people I'm really concerned about. Other people want to do what they do, but if we're about trying to build community and create safety for ourselves within this world and the stuff that's going on, hold on, Don. We're going to need each other. Ultimately we need everybody, right? But in the beginnings, we're going to need each other. Got to refer back to that study by head of the Heritage Foundation. He recognized that our greatest strength is in our unity, in our connection to each other as a tribe, as belonging to each other. And so these types of breakdowns, these types of schisms between us are the things that concern me the most. And so I kind of want to examine the ways that people are attacking Black children and adultifying Black children and creating an atmosphere of safety for of a lack of safety for all of us as Black people because of it. Because if we're not safe as children, if we're not considered safe and viable human beings as children, then whenever will there be a point in time where we can be considered viable as people? Let me go ahead and undo Mr. Don.
That is what we're going to do with this gentleman right here. His name is Emmanuel Cuttenwith. Now, I don't know if you've seen some of his videos. He's here with us live. This is one of his videos. Check it out, and then a word from our sponsors.
See, here's a lot of things that the people in the back of the room don't know. Yes, us locals, we are privy to a lot of things because we know these people. I gave Nolan his first haircut. I know his parents. Been knowing them for years. Been knowing his mom since she was like in high school. I'm real good friends with her family. So here's the deal. When that video came out, and you hear them people on there talking that lady dug up and went and researched and brought up the sounds. The truth is this: if that video is legit, it's a few people in trouble. Point blank, period. Point blank, period. Now see, this is the stuff that you gotta wait for. This type of evidence, right? Now, I'm gonna help you out here. Alright? I hear Bart and them parents are suing. Bart's name was mentioned on the video. Okay? Well, I asked one of his friends, who was a Black guy, about Bart a few days ago. And they said that Bart was cleared already. And according to the Black people, they cleared Bart. I don't even know if the police cleared Bart. But it sounds like the Black people that's involved cleared Bart. They said Bart ain't had nothing to do with it. But Bart's name is all over that tape. But if these Black guys are telling the truth, then guess what? You see why his daddy's suing. And that's what I'm saying, people. You can't just be so quick to just do this type stuff, man. This stuff take time, bro. Investigation. I'm gonna tell you something, man. By the time it's all said and done, half of Ocean Springs might be going to prison, or half of Ocean Springs might be going on a vacation. You don't know yet. So just chill. And like I said, I know these people. I know they family. All right, we all been knowing each other. So ain't nobody on here taking up for nobody. I'm not looking out. I'm not looking out for nobody on here. I'm only speaking what I think is best to be spoken to keep the peace until the facts come out.
You know what every entrepreneur tells themselves? Oh, I'll just do it myself. I'll answer the emails. That you were seeing before we went to our sponsor, Sugar Help. Plus, free rush shipping. Visit that you were seeing before we went to our sponsored break. His name is Emmanuel Cuttenwith, and he has been doing videos on this on his social media, but also I should say he knows the people involved. He says he's known them for years and that he gave Nolan his first haircut. He knows the family. So Mr. Cuttenwith, welcome. Thank you for joining the Don Lemon Show this morning. How you doing?
I'm good, man. Hey, I'm glad to be here with you. Just to clarify something, the Cuttenwith, that's my social media name, Cuttenwith E. So you could, my first name is Emmanuel, but that's my social media, Cuttenwith E on YouTube and IG and Facebook and all of that. But I appreciate you guys having me on, man.
So talk to me about. Thank you for clarifying that. But we want to make sure that you get people know who you are, that they are on your social media and they watch because you have some good stuff. And also, if they're there, that they give you some business. I think that's fair in this, especially in this environment that we're in. So talk to me, Emmanuel. How do you know Nolan? Let's start with how you know Nolan Wells and his family.
Okay, well, I've been knowing his mom since she was like in high school and whatnot. But I came, and his stepfather, we still work out in the same gym together right now. And I came to know Nolan through his she had this lady babysitting him, and I'm real good friends with her son, Bingo. And they would bring him around, bring him to my barbershop all the time.
So right there, we know that you don't, in fact, know his mother like that. You're saying that you went to school with her, so you had knowledge of her, but it doesn't sound like anything you said that you actually have any kind of connection to them that would make you a source for I would say the only Black people whose opinions matter in this, which would be his family. Because you said that the Black people had cleared Bart. I was trying to wait, to the end to just hear everything. But when he said the Black people, he kept saying the Black people. I'm like, what Black people? And I was getting the impression that he wasn't talking about the family or it just nothing he was saying made sense that it was connected in any way to the family. So now you're all but confirming that for me. Okay.
And I gave him his first haircut, and we used to have him say every time he would leave, we would say, "What's your name?" And he would say, "Nolan Wells." And we all used to laugh at it. We used to make him say his name every single time, man. He was a funny little kid, man. That was what was up, though. But yeah, that's how I came to first know him,
Yeah. And over the years, you watched him grow up?
Yeah, I watched him grow. I didn't see him for a period of time. And then he became a football player. And I used to go to his games and watch him play all the time. And, and his dad was a football player as well out of Morris Point. He went up to Mississippi State. And so I knew he was going to be a stellar athlete. You know what I'm saying? His dad working with him every day the way he was, everybody that come through his dad's training and stuff like that, all be pretty good athletes, And Nolan wasn't no difference. He was good. He was a great athlete. Had NFL potential, man. Had the right size and everything.
Yeah. So what is it like there? Wait, hold on. Before I get there, you know the other kids involved? Do you know some of the friends?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead. How do you know them?
Well, with the recent ones that was on like TMZ, I spoke with him Friday night. I know one of the white guys and one of the pitchers, where it's quite a few of them, not one of the three on the boat. They were all in a collective group there. And me and his father, we're very good friends. We get up and have lunch about 2 or 3 times a week currently. Listen, man, I want to say this to you. I know it's probably not following your questionnaires, but that is a problem that we're having here. There's a lot of Blacks right along with a lot of whites that are having this problem. When Ben Crump and Al Sharpton came to our state, I think one thing they did wrong was you can't come down here and start saying that our state is prejudiced. This is prejudiced place. This is the state that lynched and killed Emmett Till. Well, that was 71 years ago, and Emmett Till was killed for looking and whistling at a white woman. These days, it's so many Blacks having babies with white people. White men are marrying Black women down here. We have so many sandy brown haired mixed babies running around down here. We are a gumbo down here. And another thing, Don, is we are a military community. Mm-hmm. That's how we got here. My dad is originally from Louisiana, and my mom's New Orleans. And my dad was military. That's how I got here, through Keishler. And so we have Navy bases here and Air Force bases here. That's what we are. And it's a gumbo. Everybody, white people try their best to not ruffle the feathers of black people, and black people try their best not to ruffle the feathers of white people for the majority of it. So when Ben Crump come to this town and start saying things like that, he's alienating these people and he's getting pushback now. That's why he's getting all this pushback. And it's going to me, it's hurting the whole entire investigation, which is why he's probably not getting a lot of help from people. To me, that's the deal. You cannot come in here and tell us how racist we are. Well, these people showing you how they hate you doing that type of stuff in our community, and he's going to get this type of pushback that he's getting.
Okay, can I jump in here?
Go ahead.
Okay. Now, look, I'm from Louisiana, so I know there's lots of mix. I mean, we are all, look at, that's what Creole and mulatto is about. We've been mixing it up.
Sorry, I gotta jump in because when you sat there and said, "Oh, I'm from Louisiana," I said, "Oh, he done fucked up," because Don is from New Orleans. Okay, thank you, Don.
Invented mixing it up in Louisiana, so I understand what you're saying, but that doesn't end racism. Sometimes it heightens it, right? Because then there's a hierarchy, and then there's colorism, and then people say, well, I can't be racist because I'm married to a white person or whatever, or I'm married to a black person, and we know that that's not true. The other thing that sounds like, though, and I just want to put this here, I'm not trying to insult you, is like it kind of sounds like back in the civil rights movement when people would say these outside agitators are coming here and telling us what to do, and we don't want race mixing here. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I understand how people may feel, but sometimes, I just want you to take this into account. Sometimes it takes, and I'm not saying they're doing this, but just to think about this, sometimes it takes someone who comes from the outside to hold up a mirror so that you can see what's happening, because sometimes you're too close for the forest to see the trees, all right?
Okay.
So I'm not saying that doesn't exist, that people shouldn't feel that way, but I think that people should have an open mind about it, because that's what civil rights leaders did back in the day.
Well,
okay, go on.
We do. I'm for them coming to find justice, but you cannot walk into this town claiming it's racism, all these same state that killed Emmett Till, these racist white people. When that eulogy, I was at the funeral. That eulogy had to be, and just so I'll set it up. You know, you can see this is his obituary. So that
I have always said, I'm gonna get a little big for this. I have always said nothing brings out the weirdos more than weddings and funerals. People act so freaking weird and are like, you'll find the attention-seeking people around you have a wedding or a funeral, because there's always somebody that's vying for some kind of authority or what would this be called? Association, like power or privilege by association with a wedding or a funeral. It's so weird. This person is clearly not anyone that needs to be speaking on behalf of the case, on behalf of the family, on behalf of anything that is going on. Actually, no, I'll take that back, because it's become very clear who he actually calls himself speaking on behalf of. And he calls himself speaking on behalf of the black people, or the blacks. So that would be the black people of that town. And I assume if I were a betting woman, I would be apt to bet that he's not the only guy like that in that area. He's not the only guy that thinks and feels as he does. He's not the only guy with the drives that he appears to have in this, the priorities that he appears to have in this. And it seems like he's someone that doesn't want the white people to get upset at black people generally and then discard him. And so that's what keeping the peace means. So in that sense, he's very much so the guy for that job or task. Originally, I thought he called himself speaking on behalf of the family, but he's not. He's speaking on behalf of the good blacks. The good blacks of their good, clean town, their gumbo town. Isn't this Florida? Is this in Florida too? I didn't want to speak out of turn because, like I said, I've been kind of like sticking my head in the sand, not going to lie. But we're talking about Florida, right? No. This isn't Florida. This is Mississippi. It's Mississippi. It's Mississippi. Still, might as well. Mississippi might be a little worse than Florida.
That eulogy had to be the hardest eulogy for Al Sharpton. When you walked in his church and you saw 30% of the church is white. These are his friends. These are all the people he hang out with. Here's what I'm saying, Don. It's like in this generation, it's like we're still charging cases like we're in the 60s when something happens here. I'm not saying a white man did not kill Nolan. What I'm saying is,
well, we don't know that. I'm not going there.
Yeah,
that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm saying it could be over something else. It may be over a girl. Why does race have to lead every time? Why are we leading this investigation with race? Because that's where you're upsetting everybody. It's when you're saying race, when he's been hanging with them same white guys all his life. And
I have an explanation for you about why, possibly. Because when the photographs came out initially, it was just Nolan with all white people. Right. Mm-hmm. And he's and so the world, this is not just Ben Crump. The family asked Ben Crump to come in. It's not like he volunteered to do this. OK, so, and not that I'm defending Ben Crump. I'm just sort of explaining to you why why people think race is involved or why it's involved. First of all, let's just be honest, Emmanuel. We know the history of the country. We do know the history of Mississippi. And one of the best indicators of what the present is and possibly the future is the history. Right, of something, the history of your medical thing. You heard Al Sharpton say that at the funeral. When you go into the doctor and you say, this hurts or I have this ailment, and they go, what medication are you taking? What's your family's medical history? Okay, so you have that history in Mississippi. Not everybody lives in Mississippi. And so the people who are on the internet, the people who don't live in Mississippi, they see a black guy with all white guys and they go, oh, he's the only one that didn't come home. The history of Mississippi, blah, blah, blah. So people start putting two and two together, and that's why race is involved in this, because that is the history of America. Now, whether race played a role in his demise, no one knows that. No one knows that. But there is no denying that race plays a part in this case simply because of the optics. That's where the race part came in. That may be offensive to some people there, but the truth is often offensive. That is the reality in America. Yeah, yes, sir. You can ask me. We're here to have a conversation.
Okay. When Emmett Till was killed in 1955, I believe it was, he died for whistling.
I am so tired of black men using that little boy for their bullshit. I am so tired of that. And I could have sworn that his family asked people to stop doing this shit. They use that baby name for everything but right. And I'm not even saying like he should be able to rest at this point. But just the stuff that they use that boy's name for. I'm tired of it. Keep his name out your mouths. Do whatever bullshit y'all gonna do. Leave that baby alone. You're not doing it for him. Leave him alone.
Simply looking at a white woman. Now we have went from there to making babies with these white women. When does that go out of the window for as,
wait a minute. It just, because I was kind of like, I'm so sorry. I was kind of like not tuning him out. I was tuning him out, not gonna lie. But it just hit me what he's trying to say. He's trying to say that, these white people have evolved from killing us for even thinking that a black boy was whistling at a white woman to now allowing us to have children with white women. That's his argument. People shouldn't be so apt to look at the racial aspects of this situation. And like Don said, to the optics of it, they should dismiss those optics because now They're not killing us for whistling at white women. They're allowing us to impregnate them and marry them and keep them in our homes. America. Post-racism. Wait, let me get the post-racism.
This racial component of Mississippi history years ago. How can we accept that history when it comes to
you can accept it by acknowledging the problem. You accept it by acknowledging the problem and acknowledging the reality of the history of the country. You accept it by saying, I understand why people think race is involved. I understand why. I
understand why people do it, but what I'm saying is it a fair assessment for us?
Of course, it's a fair assessment.
We have nothing but a bunch of. We have nothing but mixed kids running around down here.
But just because you have mixed kids, because you have mixed kids, it doesn't mean that you're not racist.
But Don, nobody's
doesn't mean that
dying now.
London Link, there was mention of some girl that was linked to Nolan, that the guy Bart, I believe, that was, you heard the name, they mentioned the name Bart in the video thing. I think they were saying that Bart liked that girl or something like that. So that was an aspect of, an angle they were looking at, but nothing is solid about it. And I believe people have spoken to her too. I don't know.
Back then they died for looking at her. Now we're sleeping with them and having kids and nobody's dying.
One thing, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Emmanuel. Do you know why Nolan died or how?
No, I do not.
Okay. All right.
So I'm for an investigation. That's why I said I'm for Al and them coming here and investigating. But Don, what I'm saying is I don't think he should have led with this strong racial, the same people who killed Emmett Till. And I mean, that was almost 100 years ago. And we're now sleeping with white women, and white men are now sleeping with black women, creating babies with these people, man. I mean,
but that doesn't mean that racism. I think that your idea of what racism isn't necessarily calling people the N-word or beating them up. It is a system that is based on superiority and history and present, and sometimes people who are in relationships with people of a different ethnicity or a different background, they still have not dealt with racial issues. And sometimes, sometimes the love for people of a different ethnicity is a similar love, especially for blacks and whites, all right? Especially of a certain generation. It's the same sort of love that you have for a pet, where you are, I'm serious, where you love them, you protect them, you pay for everything, but it doesn't mean it's the same love that you have for a human being. It's kind of that, okay, I understand that. In America, the reason that we have this is because we don't deal in a fulsome way with race. We're not honest about it. And we think that racism is something where it is overt. It's not always overt. And there are people who came up through the civil rights movement, and people who were discriminated against, they're still here. And the people who were part of the Klan, there's a huge Ku Klux Klan contingent in this country. There are people who are part of the Proud Boys who said that they're racist. There are people part of the new neo-Nazis. They say they are racist, and they are open with it. So, and a lot of that comes from the South, from Louisiana, where I am, and from Mississippi. And if you go there, if I can drive 5 minutes from where you are and find a person who's involved in one of those groups and a person who's in that community. So don't tell me that racism is stamped out in Mississippi and where you are because people are sleeping together. First of all, people have urges, and people used to sleep with each other on plantations.
Which is true.
I'm just saying. The master used to sleep with the people on the plantation, women and men.
Right. I mean, I was out. Here's what I want.
That's all about urge. That's a lot about urge, and you need to get your freak on.
And what
I'm just saying some of that.
I think that's slightly different topic than what I was speaking of. Like this Saturday, I was out at dinner, man, and everybody in the restaurant was mixed. I mean, I see a black woman here with a Mexican guy, and they got 2 kids, 16 to 17 years old. I mean,
of course, that happens.
There are way too many mixed children that come onto the internet nowadays and speak about how fucked up their lived experience has been because they are mixed, and not because of outside people, but literally because of their family, all the way up to and including their mother and or father, and the fucked up attitudes that their mother and or fathers have around their own race or the race of the person they've chosen to procreate with. There are too many people of mixed heritage that give voice to the complexities of interracial intermingling for this man to be saying that. This really truly feels like him trying to justify something that has been disturbed within him with the talk around the racial undertones or overtones going on in his chosen home. To me, that's my opinion.
It's everywhere.
That's how
But that
we
does,
are down here.
I know that. I'm from the South. I've
Right.
been saying that people in the South, black people and white people integrate more than they do in the North. But that's mostly about socioeconomics. It doesn't mean
Because he has a mixed family, is what I'm seeing in the chat. That he has a mixed family, and so for him, the idea that he's living amongst racist people, it's stirring something within him that's disturbing to him. I'm going to posit that it may be the fact of him being there and being so happy there may make him a coon. Any and all of the things that may disrupt his view of himself as a man, TM. I think that's what he's defending here, as opposed to his point, just letting things play out. He wants to make sure that people aren't saying that that town is a racist town because he, as a black man, is in that town, and so he doesn't want to believe that he loves so deeply a racist town and racist people. And this is me. I don't know those people, but like Don articulated, it's about the optics of the situation and what seems to be going on and how things have been unfolding. So people feel like that this particular grouping of people is overtly racist or trying to be covertly racist and failing. And he feels triggered and convicted by that for some reason.
mean that racism is solved. It's because basically those people who live together are the same part of the socioeconomic group. So if you are mostly middle class people and you have grown up there, you are going to pretty much be together in the same places. But
Right.
here in the North, it is about rich people who are all together. Most of them mainly are white because that's sort of, generational wealth. Most black people didn't have the opportunity to do that. But here in the North, it is more polarized than it is in the South. The South, I think, used to be segregated, but people are more polarized here in the North than they are in the South.
And now I know you can speak on that better than most because you from the South and you've been living all over. You've been living in the North, so I can understand.
Not only am I from the South and living in the North, my family just left here, and we had a long discussion about this, and a long discussion about people who believe that racism is over, or just because people what they're called, there's race mixing. That's what the racists used to call it back. But people who are marrying interracial marriage, they think that racism is over because of that, and it's not. But it doesn't mean that it is as bad as back in Emmett Till.
Right.
We made
Racist
progress.
people is going to always be with us. There's nothing you can do about that. That's why Jesus Christ suffered, bled, and died for that very same thing, is because racist people going to walk amongst you. But who really cares about the quiet racist? He's a racist and he's quiet and he don't say nothing about it. He over there. If he not bothering you, he can be racist over there. As long as he don't come and shove it down my throat, I don't care what he is over there, right? He's not affecting me. If he ain't affecting me.
You don't know that.
But
you don't know what that quiet racist.
Regardless of that, in this particular situation, racism has affected somebody very much so. A little boy is dead. A little boy is dead. This is not the time to be arguing that particular thing because this lady's son is dead. What the fuck are you in this beard talking about? Oh, this is irritating.
This is doing. You don't know who he's influencing. You don't know what kids and grandkids he's influencing. You don't know that.
But what I'm saying is,
you don't know who he's supporting. Maybe he's sending money to the Klan. You don't know.
But when I'm speaking of quiet, I'm talking about the ones who just keeping it to himself. You know what I'm saying? If he's quiet with it, I agree with what you're saying right there. I agree with that.
Emmanuel.
If he's helping people be racist, that's a problem. And when I'm speaking,
but how do you know that if he's quiet about it? Quiet is kept. You know what quiet is kept is, right?
Hey, I'm just saying, man. If you got a health problem and it don't show, it don't show up on this blood result, then good deal.
Then eventually one day it's going to kill you. Even if it doesn't show up, even if you don't know about it, it's still going to kill you.
But here's my main thing, though.
Yes.
And I want to speak on what you just said.
Yes, sir.
I believe the world and Hollywood did this to us down here in the South. They have made everybody in the North, East, West think that we so prejudiced down here. When none of that is true, man. It is not. It's not saying that there's no prejudiced people here, but you cannot just keep saying that.
How did Hollywood convince people that what happened in the South and what's happening?
I want y'all to know I'm going to apologize, number one, because I didn't watch. I had this on yesterday, but I didn't sit and watch it. So I apologize for this. However, I'm also going to blame Dom Lemon and his team, because how did this man make it through? How did this man make it to the live? Is what I want to know. There was already indications that the level of dialogue was going to be rudimentary based off of his TikTok. I'll say, by my assessment, my opinion. But I guess I assumed that there would be a bit more meat, a bit more substance to the dialogue if he was going to be on Don Lemon's show. So I'm apologizing, but I'm also holding Mr. Lemon accountable for this, because it's your fault. I gave this man way more credit than he deserved. Mm-hmm.
This out that's real is, how does that Hollywood is just projecting what's happening.
Because when they make their movies, that's how they show it. They project
movies?
Us. Every racial movie,
what movies
that come through here.
Did you watch Django?
Yeah, I watched that.
Okay, did you think that wasn't real? A lot of this stuff is based on
I'm not saying that wasn't real. But
do you remember when we were going? How old are you? How old are you?
I'm 46.
Do you remember Miss Jane Pittman? Do you remember that story? Did you watch Roots in elementary school?
Yes, I did.
All right, so that was Hollywood doing that?
No, listen, man, this is what I'm trying to say. Hollywood will take something that may be true, or Hollywood will take something that's not true and make you think it's true by keep putting that in your head. That's their job. You know,
how are they putting something in your head that is, if it's based on reality or a true story? But so do you think that
it might have used to been based on reality and a true story? But you cannot keep coming down here telling the world that, listen, man, people comment in my comments all day about how racist we are down here. You know, people, we don't move like that. We really, because here's what I think, Don, and you should know this better than anybody. Because there was a problem here in Mississippi, a big problem in Mississippi with racism. These days, people try not to step on each other's toes because they don't want it to come across as we still have that problem.
Okay, Emmanuel,
even though
you
they
are
might not want you to marry their daughter, but that's his personal preference. That don't make him preference. Is that not his personal preference? If a black man chooses for his daughter to be married to another black man because that's what he is, does that make that black man prejudiced? No,
yes,
that's
it does.
his preference.
Yes, it does.
So
oh my
a
gosh,
person can't prefer something?
Okay, let me tell you what. Uh-oh, did I lose him? Are you still there?
I'm still here. Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, I can't see you for some reason. I lost you on the thing. Okay, let me oh, here it is. Let's make sure. It's not, I can't see you. I've lost my
Everything's
thing.
good on my end. So
yeah, I'm going to hold on, Emmanuel. I'm going to take a break, Emmanuel.
All right.
And I'm going to come back because I can't see you. I've lost your picture on my end. So we'll take a break and we'll come back and we'll finish our conversation. I'm going to go out and come back in, Andy.
All right.
Can I just tell you something here? Look, people ask me all the time whether BetterHelp actually works. And I always tell them the same thing. You don't have to take my word for it. I just direct them right to the website and I say, go read the reviews. BetterHelp has more than 1.7 million client session reviews with an
I don't even know where to start when you're talking about someone who doesn't want. Yeah, that's bias. That's prejudice if someone doesn't want, because it shouldn't be about race. You should be about you. If you're a father, you should be about who your daughter loves, whether you're a black man, a white man, or whoever. And so to say that if I don't want my daughter to marry a white man and I'm a black man, yeah, that's bias. That's racial bias.
So you can't have a preference for what cake or what car you prefer? Does that mean that you're prejudiced against?
Well, you can't compare cars. You can't compare cars to people. That's not the same thing. Come on.
So you're saying people are not allowed to have a preference? That don't mean a preference.
You're allowed to have a preference, but if the preference is based on race, that's problematic.
No,
because we're all humans. If you like people, some people like dark-haired people, some people like light-haired people. But if you discount an entire race, that's racism.
No. If a man says, I want somebody that looks like me or resemble me to marry my daughter, that does not mean that person
That's not your decision.
Racist.
That's not your decision.
Yeah, we know it's not his decision. But he didn't say that. Decision. I didn't say anything that person would not accept another race come marry his daughter. God. I'm just saying it does not mean that a person is racist if he wants.
Are you in the sunken place?
If a black man wants his daughter to marry another black man, that does not make him a racist. And the same with a white guy. If a white guy wants his daughter to marry a white guy,
look, I'm going to move on. Let me just say this. I'm going to move on because I want to talk about you.
Okay.
It's exactly what I said to you in the beginning of this. You're too close to it to even understand what it is. First of all, it's not that dad's decision about who his daughter marries. That's the point. That is actually misogyny, right? The fact that you think that you can control or you should control who your daughter marries, and the fact that you don't understand that.
Control it. I didn't say he can control it. She can pick.
Oh God.
No, here's where the racism come in. If his daughter brings home a certain person of another race, and then he says, "I don't want him in here," after that's what she chose, yeah, that's racist. I agree with you there.
No. That's not. That's racism. That's aggression. But him preferring someone of another preferring someone of his race, that is racism. I am preferring someone of my own race. That is the definition of racism. Now, if he gets aggressive with the other guy, that's aggression and violence. But to say, if you look up the definition of racism, it is preferring, in that definition, someone of your own race.
So when are you allowed to have a preference? When are you allowed to have a preference?
I gotta go. You can't have a preference. Everybody has a preference, but that's not racism.
But racism is totally different than a preference. If he prefers,
that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Like
oh my gosh! I'm not going to go on with this. I'm gonna send you someone who can talk to you better about this, and it's Eddie Glott. I'm going to give you your number. But I think that you're too close to it, that you don't understand, and people there don't understand what actual racism is because they're too close to it. It's not being.
I'm taking a moment because you saw me just on my phone. I was trying to verify that this man is in fact in an interracial marriage. He is in an interracial marriage. And so the fact that he is now, it's everything about this man and how he thinks is being spilled out that beard and onto us. So this is one of those types of men that wants to be in an interracial, very much so committed and invested in being in an interracial relationship, interracial marriage. But he's talking about having a preference of having his daughter marry a black man because he wants her to marry someone that looks like him. So he wants to be able to have the benefit of having a non-black wife, a benefit in his mind. Let me get big on this. He wants the benefit of being able to have a non-black wife, but he also doesn't like the idea of the erasure of the black heritage of the family. So he wants to make sure that the girl, and he also wants to bless other black men with with preferential wives and girlfriends. So he wants his daughter to take on the burden of bringing more black people into the world through having children with solely black men. But he himself feels like black men should be able to have children with non-black women. I wanted to make sure we were fully clear and understanding of that in this, when orienting ourselves within this conversation. Yeah.
It's not sleeping with someone. It's not having mixed kids. That's all. That is not you are in the whole other realm.
Prefers not to date a black woman. He prefers to marry an Asian woman. So does that make him prejudiced against black people?
Yes, it makes him prejudiced against black women.
Huh? If his mother and sister is black, that's his preference that he chooses to like a
Don Lemon, you have fucked up. But in the midst of looking for the information I was looking for, Don has addressed this. I haven't seen it. I didn't watch it. So we're going to watch it right after this. Don Lemon addressing this person, because this man is using all those same self-hating black man talking points. He's using every single self-hating black man talking point. These are manosphere talking points. These are black manosphere talking points. Wow.
Asian women.
Yes, that's what racism is.
Indian women.
That's what racism is. That's the definition of racism.
Well, I guess we got a different definition of racism.
Nope. See, that's the whole thing that
you out there trying to kill us. And systemic racism. I agree with that. Systemic racism
that's violence. That's violence, and that is breaking the law. Racism. Who is that noise? Racism is exactly.
That's
you, Don.
Notifications.
Oh, that's
no,
him?
that's not me. Yeah, that's him. Yeah, that racism is exactly what you said. That is. That's racism. Okay, now let's move on. Okay,
right,
so let's move on because we're not going to solve that here.
At least we're having a good time, man.
I'm having a good time because you keep making the argument against yourself every time you open your mouth, and I'm wondering. I'm like, are you in the sunken place? I think you might be in the sunken place, Emmanuel. I think you're in the sunken place. Okay, look, I've got to quickly. I have to get off because I have an 11 o'clock appointment. However, I'm going to bring in our correspondent Daniel Grimes, who actually called you to do the interview. Daniel, real quickly because you have to get off.
Bring
this
in
is
here.
fascinating, right?
Fascinating. I want to pivot because a lot of this conversation has focused on the one area that I feel like Don, you and Emmanuel disagree. But let's pivot back because Emmanuel, you and I chatted and you said. Right. You've spoken to the kids there. You've spoken to, Nolan's family, and you know both sides to this. So can you just speak a little bit about? I think a lot of people want to know. Those kids are not talking. You've talked to them. What is their theory on what happened to Nolan?
Well, I'm gonna tell you what they told me this past Friday night. They said they don't know what happened, but they do believe in their heart that something happened to him. And they said they don't really want to talk to people anymore. And I was glad you brought that in because I was going to mention this to Don a second ago. They saying that they don't like the way that the reason why they really don't want to give interviews anymore. They don't like the way that the outside people has been treating Black Mississippians. I'm just telling you what they say. They say they're not believing what we're saying. They think that we this racist place down here, and so we don't really want to give them interviews anymore. That's exactly what was told to me this past Friday night.
But going back to your point, so you said that they think something happened to Nolan.
Yeah.
What do they think happened?
You said he said they don't know what happened, but what are do they have any ideas? Are they giving you any theories?
Yeah, they were there.
No, one of them told me that they gave to the police about a week or so ago the last two people Nolan was seen with. One was a girl, one was a guy, and I won't be giving their names, of course, because I don't need nobody trying to sue me. But that's what I was told, that it was a guy and a girl that they was last seen with on the island. And I want to say this too about the lady that took that video and chopped it up and was able to pull up. If that video is true, Don and Daniel, if that video there is true, it's a lot of people in trouble in Ocean Springs. It's a lot of people voices on there. Now, a lot of people are debunking it, saying that she's lying, it's AI, it's wrong. Where she got that straight from, I think it was on YouTube. She said she pulled it off of YouTube from the towing company, whatever.
She wasn't. Look, she's not here to defend herself, but what she did say, but as she was putting the video out, is that this is my interpretation. It should not be the only interpretation, and it should not be taken as fact or 100% fact. So I think I think she made her case. But I don't think people are believing that. People are having confirmation bias about what they're hearing or not hearing on the tape. Some people say, I don't hear anything. And some people legitimately don't hear anything. Right. And some people do. So
one thing I think that she did say was the name Bart. Well, she heard that from somewhere because she don't know nobody out there. And it was a Bart out there, so it may be some credence to what she's saying. You know what I'm saying? Because what I'm hearing is Bart's father is suing people for slander, and according to the black guys that was around in the surrounding situation, they cleared Bart.
So you've talked to people who know Bart?
Yeah, and they were black. These were black guys.
And were they out on Horn Island, or how are they able to clear Bart?
This particular black guy, he was at the house that night, and he did see Nolan car keys on the table. That's what he told me.
He was out at the house July 4th night.
Right.
On the car, you said he saw his keys on the table. Right. Where back at their apartment.
At one of them house. Yes, back at one of them house. I don't know whose house they was at.
Is it in Ocean Point? Where do they live?
Ocean Springs.
Ocean Springs. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
All right.
But I don't know no more details on that. That's just what I was told. And I'm just repeating what I'm told, and, take it with a grain of salt or take it however you want to,
What do you think happened?
Let me tell you something. I've been asked that question so many times, even on other national radio talk shows and whatnot.
What do you mean other national radio talk? Why is this particular person being sought out when he clearly doesn't know much more than anybody else, any other part of the public? He lives in the area, that much is clear, but he doesn't appear to have any more concrete information than anybody else at this point. Because we already know that they were in possession of the baby's keys. He knows that they were in possession of the baby's keys. Okay, somebody put their actual eyes on them and said to him, I saw them with my own eyes. Okay, but that's no more concrete. Why are people talking to this person? Why are y'all making him feel like he has anything of any substance to offer in this?
I can't, it's so much stuff coming out, so many different variables, man. I can't say what happened, and I'm not willing to say what I think partially happened. But it's a movie, a Netflix series. I believe it's called Your Honor. I don't know if you.
I've had enough of his shit. I'm not listening to another minute of his stuff. All right, we go to Don Lemon has something to say about bringing that man up here. So we go hear what Don has to say for himself.
Yes.
Just something that happened on my show. This man came on, you may have seen him, Emmanuel. He came on and he said that he knew the Wells family and that he gave Nolan his first haircut and that he had been close to the people involved in this case. Now, the Wells family has since told us that that is not true. They say that he's not a family friend and he doesn't speak for them. But what bothered me the most was what happened next. He argued that Mississippi's racial history is being exaggerated, suggesting interracial marriage proves racism no longer defines a state. And he said a racist can sit quietly in the corner as long as he keeps that to himself. So I grew up in the South. I've heard that argument before. It is the same idea that says racism isn't a problem as long as nobody talks about it. I reject that. Acknowledging history isn't what divides people. Ignoring it does. We still don't know what happened to Nolan Wells. The investigation should follow the evidence wherever it leads, but no one gets to use the unanswered questions in this case to pretend Mississippi's history does not exist. The Wells family deserves answers. The public deserves transparency, and we're going to keep asking questions until they get both. I have an update for you, and this time it's about us, the show. I want to address something that happened on my show.
So, yeah, I don't know how he got up there, Don. I'm a little pissed at you. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little pissed at you. And the thing is, I put this on yesterday because I was trying to get myself together. Just come on, y'all, invite him. Or like, Daniel needs a what's that called? He needs a demerit or something at work. Like, come on, wake up, check your inbox or Discord. Daniel needs a reprimand of some kind because what the fuck was that? But I'm gonna cleanse our palates a little bit. It's still gonna be some bullshit from a black man, a black person. But I gotta get my girl up here, Nancy Grace. She's on the case, and I feel like that might because you know how she do. You know how she do. So. Because we need a palate cleanser after because what the fuck was that? Jesus. Hold on. I gotta here we go. Miss Nancy. Hold on. Not yet, girl. Not yet, girl. We gonna get there, girl. Ooh. So Daniel's been working my nerves. How he get up there, Don? We need exactly. I thought he was going to talk about that, the epidemic of that crack rock. We do love a Nancy Reed. They said she got her bomb and her smoky eye on deck, and I'm here for it because she don't play with nobody about nothing. I'm waiting a little bit. I don't know when Wake Up is coming. I'm gonna go ahead and get into Nancy right now. So everybody just kind of woosah. If you got your drink and everything, take a sip, take a breath, and I'm gonna let Nancy do what Nancy does.
Son 100 times when he's fishing, and it shows he's in the water. When he's off the water, it shows he's on land. The mom is right. You were just hearing Christine Wansley, that is Nolan's mother, from our friends at National Action Network and GMA. Okay, I got a big problem with the Life 360 and the phone data all not jiving. I could see it, John Mobley, being a few blocks off, but not the discrepancy his mother is describing. I'm not buying that. And another thing, while we're talking about discrepancies, John Mobley, do you have children?
I have children. I got Life 360. I use the iPhone location tracker. I will tell you, even though I'm not a digital data expert, that Life 360 is not always 100% accurate. I mean, I think in general, you have to kind of keep in mind with all of these phones that, they're dependent upon the signal they're reaching, the coverage.
Says he went back with his friends, and the friends say, oh no, we left. He wanted to stay with her. Right there. That is the first conflict. Both cannot be true. Those cannot mutually exist in truth. They're mutually exclusive. He can't go with them and stay with her on Horn Island. Right there, John Mobley joining me, high-profile lawyer out of Charleston, South Carolina. John, that's where it starts. That lie. I don't know who's lying, but somebody's lying. Right there, Mobley.
Well, I don't know that I would necessarily agree with you on that. I think they can be both partially true depending on perspective. I think one thing we have to kind of keep in mind with this is we have a lot of different people telling things from different perspectives, from their own individual perspectives. It's certainly conceivable that he let his friends leave to stay with the female, if he was with the female, assuming that happened. And once he finished his communication or whatever he was doing with the female, told her he was leaving to go back with his friends. And from her standpoint, he said he was going back with his friends, which did not necessarily mean they were the same friends that dropped them off. So I would disagree with you on that.
Hold on. Mobley. Let me see Mobley. Mobley, you're right. Because, as I've told many, many juries, as a trial judge once always said in his jury instructions, it is your duty to make all witnesses speak the truth and impugn perjury to no one. So actually what you're saying could be true. If there's another group of friends, if they exist, we haven't heard about them, but you're saying he left with one group and had planned to come back with another group. Okay, I don't know if you're just spinning that out, but that could be possible. Okay, Mobley, listen to this.
You said that you hear on the video Nolan saying,
yes,
my freaking phone, what are you freaking doing?
That's what a witness told us, and that's what we reported out. Then another witness has come forward and said, no, that was his voice. We have other witnesses who said there were other altercations. So as Mr. Hurt said, we're trying to go through it all and so forth. And we'll be even more careful to say, this is what a witness told us in the future.
And so your team hasn't been able to look fully into that and confirm whether it was or was not Nolan that said
No, we have audio people doing it, but we know certain people said it was him, and then certain people said it was not him.
That is our friend, high-profile lawyer Ben Crump. And the last thing you want is him 3 inches up your tailpipe, okay? That's from our friends at Fox 10. So this is where it stands. Who left him there? Is there really a Katie? Did he stay with her? Did he leave with his friends? How did he end up there alone, which I find very, very disturbing. And also, back to Caitlin Becker joining us, senior national correspondent, New York Post, star of NY Postcast. The Postcast instead of podcast, it's a Postcast. Caitlin, now allegations have reared their ugly head that his phone has been tampered with and items have been deleted. Explain.
They had his phone. And when his mother was looking for his phone, when he was missing, there were two different ways to identify it, either a Snapchat location or a Life 360 location. They showed different locations, which is very possible because one updates automatically, the other only updates when you open the app. But when she finally tracked it down, she says there was nothing on it from that day. And this is a teenager. This is a teenager who is constantly on their phones. Yes, when you're on a boat like this and you're out there, you leave it on the boat because you can't really get it wet and you don't want to have it come to the beach with you because you have to actually go in the water to get there. But to have the phone from these friends who didn't willingly turn it over, didn't give it to investigators, didn't give it to his mom, just had it, and for her to open it up and say, I see nothing from that day, no Snapchats, no photos, it looked like things were missing, like there was a gap in the timeline of the life cycle of his phone.
Okay, I've got another problem regarding his phone. And, well, number one, to Dr. Janie Lacey joining us, licensed psychotherapist, CEO of Life Counseling Solutions, author of, well, many books, but How to Heal from a Toxic Relationship, and she's a star of Let's Talk About It with Janie Lacey. Okay, Dr. Janie, who leaves their phone behind? Now look, I just got off a boat with my twins. We went fishing all over the Panhandle. We have what you call dry bags. We don't leave our boat, we don't leave our phone anywhere. Because what if we need it? What if we need it out in the middle of nowhere and we were on a little strip of land right off the Gulf where, like Horn Island, there's no people. We were there fishing alone, believe it or not. And we had our cell phones. Now, I'm an adult, a teen. What teen leaves their cell phone? None.
Exactly, Nancy. I have a teenager. His phone is with him in his pocket all the time, and he even brings his phone to the bathroom. So we know that teens do not leave their phone. It is their way to communicate. It is attached to them. So when I think about what we're talking about right here is right concealment. And I can't speak to what these young people did, but I can tell you, especially young people, when it comes to their phone and constantly posting things, it is their norm. So when it comes to deleting, hiding, or even going silent after a tragedy, to me, it's almost always driven by fear of potential blame, fear of consequences, fear of what the truth might mean about themselves. But we know that secrets don't protect. And when teens don't have their phone, or when their phone potentially is taken from their friends, we know that there's a reason behind that. It's usually driven by fear, Nancy.
Okay, I got another issue. Caitlin Becker joining us with New York Post. Caitlin, the Life 360 seems to show something very different than other digital evidence. What do you know about that discrepancy?
It comes down to location, where the Life 360 shows him on dry land versus where the Snapchat showed him in the water, where he was and where the phone was positioned. So that is something that I think forensic investigators have to look into, digital forensic investigators, because it's difficult to determine from looking at it from our perspective, where was the phone actually? Was it out on the water at the last time it was used? Was it on dry land at the last time it was used? And when his mom went to go pick it up, who was the last person to have used it? That's something that sticks out to me, because I have to imagine it was password protected, and why would someone else have his password? But it seems as though his mom did, or that they did, so they were able to get into the phone. So the timeline of his disappearance is a big question mark, because you're getting two different locations from two different apps.
Hi guys, Nancy Grace here. If you are a homeowner, you probably thought, should I call American Financing to refinance and pay off this debt? But are based on borrowers who say
showing something completely different. It was actually showing that his phone was like he was on land. And so we ended up, she received the phone from that parent.
So the Snapchat location looks completely different than the Life 360 location. So when I pulled up Life 360, it was different. It was showing everywhere the phone had been. Like I was like, well, it's showing that he's back on land. Like I'm not. He's like, but no, he didn't come back with us.
I've tracked my son 100 times when he's.
I just want to try to clear up. To me, it sounded like she's saying that someone might have been logged into his Snapchat account, but it wasn't on his phone.
I have questions, because how did they delete things? It wasn't just his Snapchat, right? Because we all know.
If let's say, because there's different ways to
fingerprint, facial recognition. Yeah.
There's different ways. So if they were with his body, then they could have easily gotten into his phone, changed that stuff so that they could be able to get into his phone, change the code or whatever to be able to get in from then on and do whatever they needed to do with the phone while they were in possession of the phone.
Girl.
So that's not even hard, for me to conceptualize in terms of what may have happened there.
Yeah.
And then what she just said about the Snapchat discrepancy with the Life 360,
yes.
Said that the phone was stationary while the Snapchat says he was here, there, and everywhere, means that when they logged in, they could have went in, changed his login and stuff for Snapchat, logged into his Snapchat on somebody else's stuff.
On somebody else's phone. Yeah.
Did whatever. That's what I'm hearing.
That's exactly what I'm hearing.
Fishing, and it shows he's in the water. When he's off the water, it shows he's on land. The mom is right. You were just hearing Christine Wansley, that is Nolan's mother, from our friends at National Action Network and GMA. Okay, I got a big problem with the Life 360 and the phone data all not jiving. I could see it, John Mobley, being a few blocks off, but not the discrepancy his mother is describing. I'm not buying that. And another thing, while we're talking about discrepancies, John Mobley, do you have children?
I have children. I got Life 360. I use the iPhone location tracker. I will tell you, even though I'm not a digital data expert, that Life 360 is not always 100% accurate. I mean, I think in general, you have to kind of keep in mind with all of these phones that, they're dependent upon the signal they're reaching, the coverage. I mean, as you know, you can have a group of people together, which means they're going to take up more bandwidth, and that's going to cause signal interruption. I think it'd be premature for anyone to try to interpret the data without an accurate digital download being conducted on the phone.
Oh, okay. I'm sure Life 360 and the iPhone industry is going to call you on that. I'm really surprised at this juncture, Mobley, that you'll actually argue with digital forensic evidence. But okay, who should I believe? You or the phone, the Life 360 and the iPhone tracker? But that said, the reason I asked you, I'm hearing something, and it's you. Mobley, if you have teens, you should know about Snapchat. Okay, at the supper table, the two of us will go, did you see so-and-so? I'm like, no, I didn't. And they go, oh, here's a snap. They hold it up and they go, don't touch it, mother, or it will, I don't know, delete. I don't know what it does to it. But a Snapchat, you get to look at it once and it's gone. See, that's a problem forensically and law enforcement wise with Snapchat, because they're gone. Unlike a text, or you send a photo or an email, or you send a video, as Alex Murdoch, that nailed his coffin, those stay. Snapchats disappear into the ether. So if the Snapchats aren't there, I can understand that. If there are texts deleted, I don't understand that. Okay, let's hear you explain that digital phenomena.
Now, I want to be clear. I want to just, go back to what you talked about earlier. You talked about the digital evidence. There has not been digital forensic evidence extracted from the cell phone yet. What you have are the young man's parents interpreting what they see on the phone and speculating that something must be missing. That's what you have. But both, you need to have a forensic digital data extraction and correct. That can determine if text messages were sent, were they deleted, if photos deleted, all that needs to be done. I mean, there's no doubt about that whatsoever. But just individuals kind of looking at the phone, trying to interpret these things, that's not digital evidence. That would not be admissible in court. And actually, it would not be reliable.
We also agreed that we would have a mutual inspection of the cell phone with our experts and their experts. Attorney Eric Hertz is helping lead the investigation team with former law enforcement experts who are going to help us with the cell phone download. So everybody will be able to see at the same time what the cell phone has.
Guys, that is our friend Ben Crump standing with the family. That's also from our friends at WLOX. Todd Terrell is with us, repping the United Cajun Navy. He was called in to participate in the water search for Nolan Wells. Todd, I'm curious about a theory that you threw out. It's not your theory, but it is a theory that has been discussed about his body being moved.
Well, as far as the body being moved, several things there. Like I said before, our mission is to bring a body home or bring a person back to their family and their, their loved ones. This is on federal land. So who has jurisdiction, first of all? It seems as though there's federal jurisdiction out there. The fact that they say the body was moved, we've offered our services. We have some of the best dogs available. This Jadarius case in Baton Rouge where the kid was dumped in a landfill, we were the ones instrumental in helping bring that to light, where they're searching for him right now because of our dogs that they found at the gentleman's house that's in jail for murder. We offered our dogs to bring to the boat. There's only one thing that will clean blood off of a boat. I'm not going to mention it because it'll give people ideas. But I doubt if somebody would have done something, they would have used this chemical to remove the blood. So we've offered our services to bring the dogs around the boat of everyone that was potentially involved in this. So the federal land thing is a big deal. So the body being dumped, I would say that let us bring the dog to the boat. Let us bring it. They said the boat was clean that night or the day before. There's only one thing that's going to clean it. If there's blood in that boat, we'll find it. The other thing is, getting back to the phone, if these guys had this phone, they stole his phone, why didn't they throw it away? Why didn't they just throw it in the water? And if there is anything on it, if it was deleted, forensics, they should be able to find it. My thing is, if you came with these guys and they didn't bring you home, that is not uncommon. So I think there's where the focus needs to be. A, on let's get this notion that there was a body dumped. Let's bring the dog to that boat, and we need to offer our services to go check that out. And B, these guys in the boat that he came with, it's okay that they left him on the island or they didn't bring him in. But yeah, as far as the body being dumped, our services are offered and they've been offered to go bring the dogs around that boat.
Hi guys, Nancy Grace here. Please join us on Crime Stories and stream it first on Fox 1. When breaking crime news develops, thank you, friend.
Nolan voluntarily said he's going to stay behind, and his parents and friends outright reject that. They said that is not of Nolan's character or disposition, and had he done so, would he have ever not wanted his cell phone? The young lady he was talking to who said he told her that he was going to get back into the boat with the boys, and then the boys said that Nolan said he was going to stay and talk with her. Obviously, the statements conflict with one another.
We always taught him to, if you go with a group, you stay with a group. Even when he was in college, he would say, Dad, well, we're going to ride down to a party or something in another city. Now, so I was telling him, look, if you go with 5, you come back with 5. Do not separate from the group. Because I always say safety is in numbers. And he always said, yes, sir. So he knew to stay with his group. So why would he split from his group? I don't know.
We went in his Snapchat. He had 2 accounts, absolutely nothing. It wasn't even 24 hours, which is how long videos and pictures stay in Snapchat. And I was just like, that can't be I've seen Nolan whenever he snaps, when he goes and he's having fun, he does videos, there was absolutely nothing, no saved videos. And even my sister was like, yeah, that's suspicious,
That is Nolan's family, the family lawyer with our friends at GMA and PBS. Caitlin Becker with us, senior national correspondent, New York Post, star of NY Postcast. Caitlin, a lot right there. Okay, you got Crump, and he's saying it is not Nolan's character to have stayed behind to start with, or much less without his phone. He identifies a conflict that we have identified tonight between the two stories. The dad insists he would never have parted with all of his friends. And last but not least, we're hearing not only did Snapchats disappear, but that Nolan was a videographer, a photographer. He always took pictures of the fun times he was having, moments with his friends, games, the whole shebang. But they're all gone. There are not any. I also find that disturbing, Caitlin.
It's a little odd that there was nothing on the phone seemingly from that day. That does strike me as odd. I do want to push back a little or set the stage a little bit for what this day was like. There were multiple boats going out at the same time to this island. They were filling up with a few teens. They left. The next group kind of got in. This is per the reporting and for what some of the witnesses said. There was maybe a couple hundred people on that island that day. That a lot of them were young. It was supposed to be some big kind of summer extravaganza before everybody, went back to school. So I don't think it's accurate to say he wouldn't go back with his friends, or he didn't go back with his friends, or he didn't intend to go back with his friends, because I think there were more than just those 4 friends on one boat, that it sounded like the intention was for him to go with another group. Where I get stuck is the point that Ben Crump made. Why would he let his phone go back with his friends? Sure, you want to stay and go back with another group. I get that. You heard the person who was part of the search saying that's not uncommon. It does sound uncommon for anyone, a teenager, an adult, anyone, to say, okay, go ahead and take my phone back with you. I'll stay without a means of communication for however long. That's what gets me. Why would anybody let their phone go on another boat without them with no plan to get it back?
Exactly. Now, regarding Snapchat, they delete immediately once they're opened. They can go about 30 days unopened, but you can manually set Snapchat to a 24-hour delete. And I'm wondering if that's what his mother is talking about. And on another front, listen.
We had his body flown from Mississippi to Washington, D.C. because his family wanted to make sure that they had a doctor who had no ties to Mississippi law enforcement to do an independent examination of their son's body. And we are hopeful to get that results in the very near future.
There is famed attorney Ben Crump speaking, the parents standing behind him, Nolan's parents, reference at Fox 10. Dr. weigh in.
Nancy, what I would want to stress is what we see with Christine, who is living through what we call ambiguity loss, right? And it is one of the most excruciating forms of grief there is. When a mother buries her child without her nervous system can't even begin to close the wound, because them searching her last memories, a hug and a kiss or a salmon dinner, and then silence. So grief needs a story to hold on to, and until the family has truth, the grief has nowhere to land. And that's why transparency in this investigation isn't just a legal issue. In my mind, it's a mental health intervention for this. Answers are how heals.
Joining us now, renowned guest, Dr. Kendall Crowns, Chief Medical Examiner, Tarrant County. He is the star of the hit podcast, Mayhem in the Morgue. He is the esteemed lecturer at the Burnett School of Medicine at TCU and has performed well over 10,000 autopsies. Dr. Kendall Crowns, thank you for being with us. Okay, I don't have a ruling from the medical examiner. It should be apparent if drowning was the COD, cause of death. That should be very apparent by simply autopsying the lungs. Also, you'd know immediately if there were signs of trauma. I've seen the photos of his body on the beach. But as Todd Terrell from United Cajun Navy stated, the body was face down, so I couldn't see the face, the neck, the arms, the hands for defensive wounds. I couldn't see if there were bruises to the torso. I couldn't see if the skull was fractured. None of that. I couldn't see if teeth were missing. But it seems to me, if those exhibited, we would know there had been blunt force trauma, stabbing, shooting, manual or ligature asphyxiation. We would know that. But yet, we know nothing. So, to me, that would rule out drowning or trauma. Are they waiting on toxicology? Is that what they're waiting on? And why would the body have been sent for an independent autopsy? I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. But what's going on, Dr. Kendall Crowns?
Okay, to start with, he was in the water for several days. I'm sure the water in that area is warm, so his body is going to be decomposing. He'll have skin slippage. He's going to have bloating from the decompositional gases, and then purge fluid coming out of his mouth and other orifices. So then you also probably have post-mortem animal scavenging or marine aquatic life scavenging that can create marks on the body as well. So at autopsy, your question, wouldn't you be able to see the evidence of injury? Yes, you should still be able to see injuries, bruises, stab wounds, gunshot wounds, all that, even in decomposition, can still be seen, can still be determined. It doesn't sound like he's been consumed by aquatic life to the point that he's skeletonized in the front of his body. So my assumption is you would still be able to see injuries. Now, they have not given a definitive cause and manner of death yet, because to me, that means there's no obvious signs of injuries or no obvious cause of death. Because drowning, yes, the lungs can swell and be heavy with fluid, but this can also happen with drug overdoses. So differentiating a drowning from a drug overdose is difficult.
No,
so you
no, N-O. Yes.
Well, I don't know how many autopsies of drowning you've done, but I've done a lot. So
absolutely zero. But I
please.
don't need to have my MD or be the lecturer at Burnett School of Medicine to know that if the lungs are full and it could be drowning or fluid caused by an overdose. Can't you get the fluid and test it?
So testing of the fluid from the lungs, there's nothing to test for. What you're going to look for is the pulmonary edema or fluid in the lungs. You're going to try and differentiate a drug overdose from drowning with a toxicologic study, which is what they're doing, and that can take up to 6 to 8 weeks. Drowning is a diagnosis of exclusion because it can mimic so many other things, including a drug overdose. You want to rule those things out before you determine cause and manner of death. And that's probably what they're doing. They're making sure he didn't overdose before they make the decision that he drowned. Now, the second autopsy being done, that's just the family obviously has no confidence in the local medical examiner / coroner system, and they've sent it to an independent person to do a second autopsy. Not uncommon, especially in cases that are more high profile or there's some sort of dispute, and they send it to an independent person to do a second autopsy to see what they can find. And from my knowledge, the information on that still isn't out yet. So they're also probably trying to find out what the toxicologic studies are going to show before they make a decision. So right now, we're kind of pending on what drugs he has on board before they make a cause and manner of death statement.
Dr. Kendall Crowns, I understand. And I also understand your explanation regarding the potential drowning fluid in the lungs as opposed to or compared to the fluid in the lungs if there had been an overdose. If he's found right there, face down, it looked to me like in the surf, not out in the water floating, but up on the beach. So even if that was the least of it, the water still would have gone into his nose and mouth. If he were alive, he could have inhaled it or ingested it, even if a drug overdose was the true COD, which would require, I guess what, Dr. Krause, a dual finding of drowning and OD. And I'll just state for the record, let it be noted in the record, that I've never performed an autopsy, but I'm glad you pointed that out. So what about the fluid in the lungs if there had been an OD? And by the way, there is no suggestion that drugs were used that day. None whatsoever. But that said, you're saying that there would be no difference in the fluid found in his lungs.
So with a drowning, you're going into heart failure at some point from the anoxia created, or the lack of oxygen to the brain created by the drowning, because there's no air and water. And that causes your body to shut down, which causes fluid to back up and causes pulmonary edema or swelling of the lungs. The same process happens in a drug overdose. But when you're drowning and you're inhaling that water, you get some water in your lungs as well, but you're also swallowing and gulping it, throwing back up, and then swallowing and gulping it again. So you'll have water in your stomach that you can look for in a drowning, not always. And sometimes you'll get water in an area in your sinus cavity called the sphenoid sinus as well. But the pulmonary edema created by drowning looks exactly like the pulmonary edema created by a drug overdose. So you can't really differentiate the two of those. And that's why the drug testing is so important. And yes, you are correct. If drugs come back on board, like let's just say fentanyl, it would be part 1 drowning, part 2 fentanyl toxicity, and then manner would be accident. So it's going to be a drowning no matter what. But is there going to be a toxicology component added on? And that's probably what they're working on as we speak.
You're on cross-examination. Who is our next sponsor? Well, here is a probative clue. Meow. Smalls makes fresh human-grade food. Designed treats for life. Nolan's death. Please dial 228-769-3063. We remember.
Okay, I was trying to find something. I couldn't find it on the thing. So I'm going to just put this in from TikTok real quick.
Autopsy.
Put him up. Mobley, are you a medical doctor? Yes, no.
I know how to examine forensic evidence based on the countless homicides that I've
Listening,
tried.
not hearing, yes, no. You're not a medical doctor.
I'm a jurist doctor.
Are you a medical examiner?
I am not.
No. In what world would the first medical examiner remove Nolan's throat if it did not have something probative about it, something that proves something? Did they remove his toe? No. His elbow? No. His eyeball? His nose? No. They took his throat. Do not tell me that a medical doctor, which you are not, took a throat out of this young man because it means nothing. And then, you know what? I can't even hear you. Straight out to Joe Scott Morgan joining us, professor of forensics, death investigator. That second doctor did.
Sorry, I had to make sure I shared that with you. She would not be playing with the people.
She not.
All right, Lee. So what do you have?
I'm going to be with the guy that you played pretty early, that there's no signs of them having curiosity. They immediately lawyered up, hid, quiet, all that kind of stuff. We know that, yes, it could have been an accident, but say something. Say something. And I already find it weird that when you listen to the recording, and I haven't read any transcripts on that recording. I just listened to it. And for me, it is very apparent that they are calling him, right? To me, but to my ears. They know what happened to him. Why would the grandpa call off the the phone call was to get help? And then when you listen to the rest of the phone call, the operator is talking to the guy that would come and, help them pump the water out of the boat. And he says, no, his grandpa, I guess that's his grandpa, he just called and said, no, they got it. How you got it? Where you at?
And furthermore, with all the commotion that was going on in the cleaned up audio around Nolan specifically, of the but Nolan, wake up, and
Yeah.
whatever is going on, it's just like, well, wait a minute, what exactly is happening there? And if you're
Right.
telling me that grandpa decided that the actual authorities of that jurisdiction didn't need to be involved, why? If
Why?
we had going on simultaneously along with whatever mechanical problem the boat was having,
Yeah.
what's happening?
Right. It is so tragic. And that dummy that was on Don Lemon show, no. See, people like that, I want them to be exposed. It is painful to listen to, but the people who follow him need to listen. And of course, he was in an interracial relationship. That's the only reason why he was bringing it up. Like, of course he was. That was
But even this
painfully
is my
obvious.
whole thing about that. It's like, you can feel however you want to feel about it, but don't make this situation about that.
About that and about you. It ain't about you.
Really, that was about him and his choices
And
and his
that's it.
choices. Like, that was all it was about. That had nothing to do with
Nothing. And he
his parents, anything.
at all. And he said it in the beginning. I know this is a part of the script, Don. I know I'm going off script.
And it was
It's
just
not
anything and everything you've ever heard on a Manosphere panel.
exactly. You just embarrassed yourself. I hope he is embarrassed. He needs to be feeling really embarrassed.
He's not embarrassed. He's probably feeling so empowered and just like, oh yeah, they
I
don't
was
want to
on
hear
Don
the
Lemon
truth.
show.
Yeah,
Girl.
Don Lemon doesn't want to hear the truth and all this other stuff. And child, them types never ever. First of all, the fact that he felt secure enough in going up and speaking within that capacity of saying like, oh, I'm a family friend, when everything you're explaining says that you are not a family friend, you just happen to live in the neighborhood that or in the community that they live in, and you have friends that are attached to them, but you are not their friend.
Like what? Ugh. And that cop guy, girl. What is his deal?
Yeah, that's what I'm like.
Disgusting.
It's infuriating to watch a lot of this stuff, and being that there's nothing we can do to help the baby at this point.
Right.
Parents, they got all the heavy hitters in this working on it. And I'm talking about Ben Crump, NAACP and everything. It's clear that they're not going to let up. It's clear that they're going to keep at this. This is this might wind up being as notable as the Emmett Till case when everything is said and done. But God forbid, because I don't want these niggas using his name the same way they be using Emmett Till's name.
Okay.
Ridiculousness. Which is so weird, because that if he is able to get, the type of justice that we're seeking in this, that they will try to utilize him in some way to shore up their bullshit.
Yes. Absolutely.
He was Lorenza. He was holding up the funeral. Like people get so weird.
That is so weird.
Funerals and weddings. They get so fucking weird. It'd be a whole lot. you're still getting ready to go to the gym. So I'm going to take a moment to transition from this into the young lady who had the birthday party with her outfits and everything. Unfortunately, I had the originals. I had the original critique on it that went viral. I think the first main one. Then I had the mom's reaction to it. Both of those are gone now.
No!
Yeah, they both took them down.
You couldn't
So
download them?
I didn't even think to download them, but honestly, I'm going to respect the mother.
Yeah.
And if she wanted to take it down, then I'm going to respect the fact that she didn't want it.
She said TikTok took it down.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, and also, I am someone who is a proponent of not showing kids.
Yeah.
Even when we're having discussions about them. And the crazy part is one of the things that the Olivia said, I can get you the clips. Well, go ahead and send me. I will debate whether or not she said someone screen record. I know they did. But by the time I realized, because I had them queued up, and by the time I realized that they weren't coming up anymore, I was like, oh, it's getting too quick. So I do have like a recap of events that I'll go ahead and use so that we can at least get into it. And if you go ahead and send me the other stuff, Olivia, and I'll determine whether or not I want to show it.
Literally said it's not her fault that her body is the way that it is. I literally said it's not her mom's fault. Nobody's blaming her.
And just to be clear, for anyone who doesn't know, this woman that's in the middle of the screen, she's the woman that originally made a critique of the girls' birthday outfits and everything. And if they send me that, then I'll play that part of it, even though it has the girls' pictures in it, but just so you can see exactly what she was saying and why she's getting the heat on her that she is.
Or blaming her mom. I said that she don't need to have on spandex.
If you don't shut the fuck up, and you lying, because this is exactly what you said about the mom.
13-year-old girl, mind you, is going viral because her mom don't seem to have enough comments.
I want to point out two things just from my own. It's not spandex, and every single one of these little girls has the same outfit on. But I want to be clear. She was only talking about the one in orange, the one whose birthday it is. All of them are wearing the same outfit.
Yep.
Sense.
Stevie Wonder can see that child is 13 years old. Y'all niggas sexualize children so much that you can't tell what a 13-year-old looks like. It has nothing to do with how thick somebody is. I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. That looks like a 13-year-old girl. Like, I'm actually starting to think some of y'all need y'all phones checked. Just because when y'all were a little thick when y'all were younger and your parents didn't let you wear what the fuck you wanted to wear, I'm looking at her outfit. There's nothing wrong with her outfit. She's shapely. She's going to have a shape. I don't understand how y'all don't fucking get that. Y'all need y'all heads checked.
So
like we gonna pretend like we don't know how genetics work.
Listen, and to follow that up, just so we know, I like to have us a nice solid foundation of where I'm coming from with it. I'm going to play this TikTok real quick.
You gotta be real quiet on the creek.
Can I throw it to the back? You gotta be quiet.
That was so cute. That is so cute.
Now, I
Gosh.
want to be clear. I didn't play it because of the music, but
Yeah.
I want you to see the comments on this.
Okay.
Hold on. So cute, but my mother would have ripped my tongue out my mouth. Then people are showing their babies with their colored hair and stuff like that. Y'all know I put color in my baby's hair. She's going to
Yeah.
be so fly at the schoolhouse. Never knew a pressing curl had an age requirement. I let my daughter get unicorn streaks in the 4th grade, blue and purple. My mother was so pissed, but we doing things differently around this part. Little mama looks
Thank
gorgeous.
you.
This is the one. Her demeanor is that of someone older. And then I had to let her know, but that permanent tooth pushing through her gums says otherwise. It's almost
Cute.
like it depends on what the person observing is looking for. Because the first thing I saw was this missing tooth here, and you could see the tooth poking through the gums. So I already knew right there that this was
You're
a
a
child.
child. Yeah.
That was of everything that's going on in this image. I could clearly see this indication of childhood.
Yes,
It
girl.
doesn't matter what the baby was doing. This is a baby. She don't even have all her adult teeth in right.
Right.
And so for me, that's where I'm going to orient us within this conversation. It's really crazy to me that people are still in the year of our Lord 2026 talking this way about children, and the justification is always, oh well, the people outside are trying to do this, that, or the other to these kids, and so for that reason we should be doing this and that and the other to prevent them from doing this stuff to the children, or trying to do this stuff to the children.
When nothing prevents them from doing what they want to
Nothing
do.
because just like I, in everything that was going on, was able to look and see, oh, this baby don't even have all her grown-up teeth. They could see that too, if that's what they wanted to see.
Right.
Grown people are just like that man with that beard sitting up on Don Lemon. People are going to see whatever reinforces what they want
wanted
to be doing and seeing and experiencing in life.
Exactly.
And so when you see a child or a person, I'll say a person, in a grown-up, in a situation, period, because a birthday party is not a grown-up situation. The way those girls were dressed was not a grown-up situation. The atmosphere that they were in was not a grown-up situation. It was a party. And they were all dressed the same. And the context clues were there to say, oh, this might be a children's party. Now, I'm going to be 100% honest with you. If I had seen that girl's picture, and I'm talking about by herself.
Yeah.
That girl's picture without all the rest of the other kids, I wouldn't have necessarily known she was an adult. I mean, she was a child.
Right.
Just based off of her appearance, the makeup, everything, the way she was standing, I wouldn't have. However, I'm not so invested in her not being in a child the same way someone who would want to objectify her body and everything else would be. Once I got the rest of the information, that I could easily switch my mind from, oh, this might be an adult, to, oh, this is a child. I'm not that even if a child does, because I think there can be room to say that there are some children who may look older than they are, who may have bodies that lend themselves to a more mature woman's type than what they actually are. However, once you get that context clue that I know is not that hard to find, just like they were saying with that girl, that guy had been messing with her under her bed and everything like that. If you talk to anybody long enough, you can pick up what age they are and aren't.
Right.
But in the case of this little girl with that outfit on, like the rest of her friends, and I have anecdotal information to give on that aspect of it too. There's no reason to not be like, oh, okay, this is a 13-year-old with a body like that. Wonderful, beautiful party. She looked nice. Her friends looked nice. There was no men around. It was a girl's birthday party. There wasn't even any little boys around.
And they're not even thinking about the fact this is a milestone birthday.
It's a milestone birthday. You need to do a big something like that. And it was age, it was cute. It had the Ulta thing. Ulta meaning, okay, even if you feel like, oh, makeup is too grown. I saw people saying that, but it's Ulta. Ulta is makeup and beauty and stuff like that. And again, there was no men or boys there. They
And it's
should
a
be able to do it.
party. It's a
It's a
party.
party. It's a theme party, and they were on
Yes.
theme. And furthermore, this is the anecdotal thing. As I've always been bigger. I've always been a bigger, like from adolescence on, I've always been a plus size child and then woman and everything like that. They did not have inclusive sizes. Shout out to Samira for, trendy clothing when I was a child. And I was raised by my grandma, my boomer grandmother.
Girl,
So
yes.
she was not inclined to do the extra work that it would have took to try to keep me on trend per se. And I didn't have enough, my own money and wherewithal to know where to get things and do things. So the point is that I'm walking around wearing grown old lady clothes for real, trying to make it as cute as possible.
Do you remember the clown suit? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
My mom, girl,
said,
she had a few clown suits she put me at.
The thing, I think those are cute for like children. I'm talking single digits. You talking about in middle school and stuff? My God, girl,
Girl,
no.
she would she does not do hair. And so she would take me to get my hair done. And she specifically would ask for them to do Shirley Temple curl.
Mm-hmm.
Girl, I look
Oh
like an
my
old lady.
God. So she had, girl, I'm so sorry.
I
But
wore
so
penny
you know the
loafers.
struggle. You know the struggle of putting me in these boxy,
Yes.
shapeless clothing because she's more concerned with covering my breasts and my hips and my butt and
Yes.
everything else. She's more concerned with making sure that that stuff isn't showing than making, me feeling confident or pretty.
Right. Yes, Lorenza, a clown suit. Look it up, 90s.
Yes. Remember, Lorenza, remember them kind of, if you watch like Full House and they would have the
There
babies
you
walking
go.
around
Yes.
in them full suits with the little ruffles, but it was like
Yes.
a puffy one piece.
Trash.
That, and she's saying that her mom had her in them. What are you talking about?
Girl.
What are you talking about, Val? I'm not sure what this is in reference to. But I'm
She's
saying
talking
as
about the
long as,
Tatum, I think.
oh, okay. Karima Reed Tatum. Who's Karima Reed Tatum?
That guy's wife.
Oh, who they're connected to. Okay. She said, oh, that's what that was. Yes. And she's saying that her mom had her in them as a middle schooler. And what I'm saying is these kids don't know the trauma of being someone in a bigger body and your people being so concerned about covering up your stuff that they don't give a fuck about your personal image, your self-esteem, your virgin, femininity, none of it.
Zero. Penny loafers, saddle shoes. Girl, she didn't.
They didn't give a fuck about none of that. So just within that, I'm like, girl, fuck you. She got that baby in her house with her friends. And the fact that she was able to wear what her friends were with, that's the part that hits me to feel so detached from what my other peers were able to wear. And we came up in the golden era of like teen tween fashion where they just had, Disney Channel and
Biker shorts and the biker sets. I never got to wear those. Yeah.
They were showing you the possibilities for children in terms of fashion,
Right.
Raven and all of them Cheetah Girls and all of that.
Yep.
They were showing us what was possible.
Yep.
For kids our age and couldn't participate because my grandmama was more worried about covering up these lovely lady lumps. And so when I see a little girl able to just enjoy, and I'm not gonna lie, mind you, my daughter's 22 years old, and maybe that's just being a mother. My daughter's 22 years old, and even when she was a teenager and stuff, that's their thing now. The same way we did duck lips.
Yeah.
They do the tongue thing. They do the peace sign. They do the, poking out a little hip, and that's their expression of bad bitchery.
Like I'm
their
cute. Yeah.
And so it's like when I see it, sometimes I'll be like, okay, girl. Like, but I'm not saying it to her, but in my mind, I can't myself like, okay, girl, you feeling yourself, whatever, but I'm not going to dampen it for her. But to sit there and try to deny them self-expression in that way
Right.
because of these fucking creeps and idiots, like I said, that are purposefully looking for a reason not to
Right.
treat these kids like kids. You're helping them more than you're protecting the children, because now you're placing the shame on them. If they step outside of that box, if they step outside of that fear and that working to actively try to hide themselves, then it's okay, whatever happens to them.
Mm-hmm. Looking for somebody. They always. I'm still angry about that lady calling the little girl fast.
Yeah. It's because it's all set up that like I said, if you step out of, if you're not seen being actively scared or actively averse to whatever these people are planning on doing, then you are at fault for it and you deserve it. You were courting it. You wanted it to happen. And
You
I'm saying
invited. No.
You invited it. You were trying to get that kind of attention. You were seeking it out. Because you were actively, what the fuck is she supposed to do? Take her hips off? Take her butt off? Put it in her locker till the end of the day? Like, what is she supposed to do? That's her body.
That is her body.
And you want her to feel uncomfortable and shameful about her body because there are people. And here's the thing, even if she was stick thin, there would still be people.
Girl, yeah, it don't matter. It don't matter.
There would still be people looking for a reason, looking past, like I said, the tooth pushing out of that baby gums to say, oh yeah, she was winking at me. She wants my P in her V. When she's just showing off her badass silk press.
Right.
Fly-ass silk press. As if she shouldn't feel herself in that moment. It's really sick.
Milestone birthday. Me too, Larissa.
So this is, I want to bring some other TikToks in that I feel like are relevant based off of, you know, how I'm talking about things.
Yeah. Because I don't know what I'm going to do about Ruby. Ruby's got her daddy's ass. And her daddy's ass has always been sitting.
Younger girl who was that 13-year-old girl who's going viral for her birthday outfit. That is why I hated being a younger girl who was curvier growing up, is because y'all grown ass women will sit up here and call us fast for growing into a body as a child. The amount of times I literally would mind my business as a young girl and I had some older woman looking me up and down. I remember one time I had went to the hair store and I was called fast for wearing purple hair or wanted to wear purple hair. Mind you, my mama literally, I wore purple hair since I was 7 years old. It's like, first of all, man, you not my mama. Second of all, just because you was miserable as fuck as a child does not mean that I'm grown for what is. And I was like 14 by the way. I was like 14 or 15. That's a normal age to start wearing shit like that. But yeah, I remember being a young girl growing up with big boobs, and I would wear summer stuff. I would wear tank tops and low cut shirts because it's fucking hot, and people think that I'm trying to show my boobs off, and I like showing off my body. Mind you, I'm trying to stay cool for the summer as a child. These the same women, most likely than not, if these young girls get essayed, y'all don't care. Because, oh, well, you should never try to be fast. The girl was wearing a regular set of shorts and a regular shirt. Just because it didn't fit the way you wanted to, or you didn't have boobs when you were 13, or you don't know what it's like to be curvy, does not mean you get to police that little girl. Period. Anything about it, once I hear that she's a child, she's a child. Nothing about that was grown to me.
Exactly.
And we're in a heat wave. The girl, y'all want her to wear an oversized fucking shirt. It's probably 100 fucking degrees outside. Please. That 13-year-old girl who's going.
Also, you ain't her mama. Also, you didn't spend. You go buy her clothes.
Right.
You gonna spend money?
Exactly. And that's the thing. Her mom is right there. Like I said, it's one of those things where, again, you get what you're looking for. Because I'm looking at, okay, even if you feel like her body is extra voluptuous and you're concerned about, how people may be looking at her, the environment that she was in was all little girls and her mother. No men or boys were even present.
Nope.
So instead of looking at it and go, oh, wow, her mom really protected her and gave her an atmosphere where she could be herself and she could be feeling herself and having a nice birthday party and feeling like a girly girl and everything like that, you're looking for a reason to basically put her in competition with you for niggas' attention, basically, because you worried about what a nigga's going to think. Ain't no niggas around her.
And who
Ain't no
cares?
niggas around her.
Who cares?
Nobody.
You know what? And you know what? That mentality doesn't go away. You know how I know? Because so you said your grandma's a boomer. How old's your grandma?
She'll be 75 or 76, I think.
Okay, so she's my mom's age.
Mm-hmm.
So since I lost weight, since I've had my surgery, I do not. If I don't want to, most of the time, I'm wearing crop tops. You can call me Kenny Jr. Okay,
Right.
out here in these streets. And my mom went to my sister, mind you, I am 46, and was
Right.
like, I don't know why she can't just wear shirts with that cover her stomach. Like, why's her stomach got to be out? I will never, as long as I look like this, I will never, ever cover it up.
Andrew shit. My grandma, I just got her to stop like commenting on how I dress and stuff. Because she will always have something to say. Don't let me wear some ripped jeans or something. Or she will mention like if my chest is out or whatever. But I also feel like a part of that is because they never got comfortable with that type of thing. You know what I mean? And so
Which is crazy because the 70s, we know what went on. I got photo evidence, mother.
Well, I never saw anything my grandma was in that was I feel like she'd been the same the whole way out, like very, very modest, I'll say.
Yeah.
But even still, it's
Yeah.
just like
My mother is male centered and she's concerned about what Ron may think about my outfit choice.
oh well, Ron, listen, tell her to ask him because I know he don't care. I know he don't care. Either he don't care, or he know better.
Yeah, he don't. Freaknik, yes, Freaknik. I was
act like y'all don't know what sex is.
I was preteen, and I was hanging out with my older cousin in Memphis when I shouldn't have been around it. First of all, that was number one. But yeah, Freaknik.
But it's not even about Freaknik. It's just about at the end of the day, trends change. And I wasn't thinking about that. There was somebody who was on TikTok and she was saying, as a mother, you need to make sure that your daughter specifically has everything that they need to be like adept at social situations. You need to make sure that they get their hair done and that they have, nice, cute clothes and they have the confidence that they would need to be adept at being social, because that helps you so much in life. Sometimes even more so than like actual talent or skill is just being able to get along in social settings and be accepted in social settings. And that is something I really do feel like I said, I know that pain of being odd man out in that way, of not having the resources and or the people around me that understand the importance of that. Because I had to teach my daughter, it's not about having a whole lot of money. Having a sense of style is way more useful than buying a bunch of brand names or anything like that. If you don't know, you
Yes.
can still look a mess and be Gucci down to the socks.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's about
Right.
being able to have an actual sense of style of what looks good on your body, of what colors look good on you, of what you feel comfortable in, you know, and as opposed to trying to play a kind of role. It's really important to know what fits you as an individual. And so when you're trying to worry mostly and teach girls to worry mostly about covering up whatever they may have that somebody else covets on them, men and women, unfortunately, that you don't get to develop that sense of style and that sense of personal je ne sais quoi when it
Yes.
comes to your presentation, which is why I had to integrate it in Level Up Secret While, because I'm like, some
Yeah.
people are really struggling out here.
Big
Grow
time.
women. Grow women. But I will go ahead and play this lady because I also always want to give a little hope and give credit where it's due around the fact that we don't even need all of this anymore because the girlies aren't having as many babies as teens these
Okay.
days.
Thank God.
Be talked about, right? So something that's not talked about a lot, but it needs to be talked about, right? Because we did have some news articles who talked about the decrease, right, in the teen mother rate with teenagers, right, and how the teen parent, teen mother, teen pregnancy rate had decreased significantly when it came down to Gen Z. But a thing that people celebrated the numbers, but they didn't really go into why the numbers existed. The numbers existed because of the fact that younger Gen X parents and elder millennial parents stopped keeping men around their children. Okay. There were studies that came out that talked about how when you are a single mom, right? They did interviews on child predators, right? And they said that they target single mothers, okay, because targeting single mothers was the easiest way for them to have access, unfettered and unsupervised access to children, right? They could groom the mother, love bomb the mother, get into a relationship with the mother, and then they'll have access with the children, right? And when I was dating, I have 3 daughters, right? And when I was dating, I used to pick up on this shit. Like, why is it that when men get in relationships with you, some men, not all of them, but some of them will try to date you and get in a relationship with you, and they automatically start trying to drive a wedge between you and your kids. And it's like they specifically will target your daughter to keep trying to like tell you stuff that she doing, or to nitpick at her, or to make you frustrated with her, or to like make y'all beef, right? They'll try to position and paint your daughter as being the ops in some type of way. She don't want you to be happy. She don't want us to be in love. She don't do this. She don't do that. So that you'll give her consequences, or you will isolate her and stuff like that. And then they go in behind you, and be triangulating you with your daughter, and be giving your daughter gifts, or giving your daughter money, or giving your daughter, stuff, or telling your daughter that you're a bitch because you're so hard on her, and he'd never be hard on her and stuff like that. Now that personally, I never made it that far in that stage, but I did see this happen with other people. And then the crazy part about it too was like the whole community was in on this shit as well, because the community was giving messaging, telling women, oh, you have to stand as the united front with your man, and you have to take your man's side. You have to support your man. And it's like, support him in what? Right? And really what it was for, if your kids tell you something that may be harmful, or something that they didn't like that he did, you were supposed to take his side instead of taking your kid's side. You wasn't supposed to investigate it or any of that. You was just supposed to take his word as law, which was really a tactic and tool in the predator game to further isolate your children from you, and to distance y'all's relationship. And even if we go back on the time of like when teen pregnancy was the highest, which was like the 80s and 90s, come to find out, in so many of those situations, as well as the highest rate for like abortion was 1989 and 1990. A lot of those abortions, same situation. Folk were getting impregnated by people that their moms and families had them around, by men that their moms and families had them around, that were significantly older than them, that were adults. Okay, while they were teenagers, they were children. And I remember when we started our whole journey of like decentering men and stuff like that, and really, moving away from these type of things, people said we was crazy and we didn't know what we was talking about. But the facts and the stats have now proved us right, that we knew exactly what the fuck we was talking about.
And I also feel like we learned from our own teen years of who the hell was really checking for us and who the hell was always trying to like be in our face and stuff when we were 15, 16, 14 years old, and it was fucking grown ass fucking men. And I'm glad we didn't let anybody gaslight us about that. And that, we still got a ways to go, but we are making progress in that area, and I'm very happy to see that. Because in my opinion, everything that was set out, it was set out for us to honestly leave our children unprotected, and for predators to have easy and unfettered access to our children. And that was one of the issues with the whole male setter thing. I even also think that the degrading of single moms and making single moms feel like they're undesirable and that they'll never get a man is also a ploy and tactic to make women go above and beyond, as far as even offering up and neglecting their children, and valuing the relationship with a man more so than they value the relationship with their children. Again, for men to have unfettered access to teen girls, teen boys, and young boys and young girls.
Girl.
She said a word.
She did.
She
She
said a
did.
word. And it's so important. And I love how she pointed out about like not having men in the house, because I remember like couple years ago, within the last couple years, my daughter was talking to me about how like she never knew that she didn't even know I was messing around with her dad here and there, because the way
Really?
I didn't have him around us like that.
Yeah.
And so, and it wasn't even that, he just wasn't around. Let me not say that. I would have preferred he'd been around, but when he wasn't being around the right way, he wasn't around. You get what I'm saying? And I
Yeah.
was never so engrossed in the idea of having a man around me or having a partner or anything like that, that I was willing to risk her safety, psychological or otherwise, in order to do that. It was always more so the priority was, okay, does she feel safe and happy and healthy at home? And then how do I integrate me having a partner or something into that? And if I couldn't find a way to integrate it into that in a way that made sense to me, then I just didn't bother with it. I was perfectly happy to do whatever I was doing when she wasn't around.
Yeah.
And so, but there's so many women I've seen, like they'll have TikToks where people are talking about going no contact with their mothers, or realizing that their mothers were male centered, and them having this moment where they're telling their mom something like, "Oh mom, I love you, I'm here for you," and the mom saying that's different, or saying you want me to die alone, or like this prioritization of having a romantic and or sexual partner is so much more important than the
Yeah.
relationship with the child, and making sure that the child feels secure, like I said, in their life, in their existence, in their bodies. It's so crazy to me. I hate it. I hate it, hate it, hate
I
it
hate
with
it.
every fiber of my being. Did you have anything else to say before I play this part?
No, you're spot on, because I lived through having several boyfriends and being drug around to their place. Like if it was a serious boyfriend, then I'd have to spend the night, and then I'd wake up and hear them going at it, like trauma.
I have another thing after this one that I was going to play anyway, but that, in fact, I think I'm going to play that one first. That you said that specific thing. Wait a minute, is that the one I had? No, I don't think that's the one I had. I'll just play this one right now. But there was something I saw recently where somebody was talking about how they be having the men in their house and the people can hear them having sex and how inappropriate that is. But I'm gonna play this one.
Like me, trying to we need. Okay, so I want to say this first and foremost, because the way y'all showing up in my comment section is a little weird. If you don't like me trying to help Black women unpack the ways that we have been indoctrinated, socialized, indoctrinated, and conditioned into misogyny or war, then this isn't the space for you. And the other thing is, trying to help Black women understand that is not offering an excuse for the behavior. It's actually offering a tool to help them uncover the root cause of the behavior. Now, I saw a comment where a Black woman said that when she was 13, she looked grown. And someone inquired, how did she look grown? And she went on to say that she developed breasts, she had a butt, blah. I need y'all to know that breast and butt, having a butt and breast, is not an adult make. That does not make you an adult. That is puberty, which happens to every little girl. Every little girl goes from not having breasts to having breasts. Having breasts, having a butt is not an adult make. It does not make you an adult. And so if people are adultifying you based on how your body looks, They are the problem. Your body is not. Little black girls should not be shamed and should not have to feel shame because of how their body looks. And it is not okay for adult men to pursue children because of how their body looks. That is an excuse that was used to justify harming black girls long time ago on the plantation. And it is an excuse that has continuously been used to justify the continued perpetuation of that harm. Your body does not make you grown. Your body makes you developed. It means you went through puberty. And even wearing a belly shirt, wearing short shorts, still not grown make. That is not what makes an adult. An adult, like that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. And if that happened to you when you were a child, it happened to me. I'm very sorry. I know what that trauma feels like. I know what it feels like. I remember, and I talked about this before, when I was like 11, 12 years old, I used to hate going outside. I used to hate it because of the reaction and the response that my body would get from men, right? So this is going to be a long story, so bear with me. A few days earlier, me, my mom, my sister, and my dad were walking down the street, and I was walking ahead of them. Just being a kid, skipping, jumping, playing around, literally like 11 years old. And by this time, more than breasts, I had a butt. And I remember this man in this car. He drove past my parents and my sister. Again, I was ahead of them. And as he got to me, he slowed down and he started saying some inappropriate things to me. And I stopped and I turned to go walk back towards my parents. And he was making a U-turn. And my dad started going off. My dad was mad at this man. My dad was cussing him out, whatever. And I remember my dad turning to my mom and saying, you got to stop letting her wear this stuff. And I told my dad, I didn't want to wear this. My mother made me wear some biking shorts. If you know, you know, right? But essentially, my dad was saying that this man was giving me the attention because of my body. And I remember, I remember this shit like it was yesterday, because like a couple of days later, my mom, we had got up and she had gotten me dressed and she had put on another biking short set. And I was like, Daddy said, I'm not supposed to wear this. And she was like, you're fine. My dad was at work. She's like, here, go to the store and get this. She gives me this money and she sends me to the store. And I did not want to go. I did not want to go in this outfit. I had just had this experience. My daddy was there. My daddy wasn't here this time. I did not want to go. And so I ended up going out the back door and trying to sneak, because there was this corner where all the corner boys hung out. We lived in Irvington, New Jersey. We lived on 19th Ave and 21st Street. And there was a store. The store was across the street from our house. But on the corner, just before you got across the street, all the guys were hanging out there. And if I had gone out the front door, I would have had to pass them. So I went the back way. And, you know, they still could see me, but I was able to go into the store diagonally. So I get into the store. I'm getting the things that Mom has on this list. It's just like cereal and shit. And I remember reaching up to get this box of cereal off the shelf. And somebody rubbed me in between my legs from my private all the way to my butt, like literally like swiped me, like he was wiping me from front to back. And I dropped the box and I turned and I stopped and I just froze. And it was Snoop. Snoop was this drug dealer who hung out on the corner. I had the biggest crush on him, but Snoop was like 21, 22. I was like 11. I think I might have even been 12 then. I was like 11, 12. I was very young. And Snoop was with one of his boys. And he said, and I started crying. I didn't say anything. I just froze and I remember crying. And the guy said to him, man, what you doing? That's a little girl. And he said, she shouldn't be built like that. And the guy didn't let up. He said, man, come on, you got a daughter? And Snoop did have a daughter. She was like 2 or 3 years old at the time. And I remember like going back home and trying to tell my mom what happened, and she didn't really care. And like, I remember that. Like, there's so few things in my childhood that I remember because there was so much trauma, but I remember that because it changed the way I felt in my body. It changed the way I presented my body. And I even remember, like, I think this is what I think, and this is, you know, I was a child then, but I think this is where my eating disorder came from. I definitely had an eating disorder growing up, and this is where I started to gain a lot of weight. And I just think about the way that experience altered me. And I remember, like, blaming my body and being ashamed of my body. And that's what we're doing. That's what's happening to Black little girls over and over and over again, generation after generation after generation. And I don't know what has to happen to change that, but I just wanted to say, like, it's not your body that's the problem. It's the predators. Okay.
I also want to take a moment to shout out Centering Black Women and Girls. She is my mutual on TikTok, and I actually was on a live with her, with Deanne and Loved a couple years ago. She has a book about centering Black women and girls and how you do that, and breaks everything down from a very highly academic standpoint. So if you ever get a chance, if you're on TikTok, please look her up. In fact, I'm going to go while Wake Up is talking and everything is going on. I'm going to put the link to her TikTok here in the chat. So please, please, please look her up, show her some support. She's been through a whole lot in the last couple of years, but if there's anybody that's worthy and deserving of a follow, it's her.
Okay.
But go ahead, Wake Up.
Yeah. Not trying to navigate that as a child and not really understanding what's going on or what's happening. Um, it really messes with you. It really messes with you. So I'm trying to figure out a way. Oof. I don't think she'll come across it. Anyway, when I was younger, there was a family member who probably 10, 12 years older and had a boyfriend, came to my mom's place because it was just, people were there. Anyway, long story short, at some point, I was left alone with this guy and he had me touching his private parts. Mind you, 7, 8.
I'm so sorry.
Girl, I I wish I had known something. And
I
so
mean,
since baby girl, you know how I talk about my girl,
mhm.
she knows everything
Yeah,
already because
yeah.
I've been telling her since she could understand words. Don't let nobody touch you, and you don't touch nobody else. That's your private area. That belongs to you. When you feel uncomfortable, even mom and dad, when you get to that point where you don't want mom and dad touching you, let me know. What did my family say? Girl, I didn't bring it up until 5 years ago.
Wow. But you know something, and of course, I feel like, or I want to say, because I got some other clips, because this made me think of something that I was looking into a few weeks ago that kind of got put to the back burner, but we're now like segueing into something that we could discuss that. But I feel like, on the one hand, as a parent, if you thought that the person would do something like that, I want to believe that you wouldn't have them around. But unfortunately, and I've talked about this here so many times, there's something about that
Mhm.
idea around romantic relationship and partnership and even sex specifically that'll make women be averse to what they're seeing or sensing or feeling in the interest of being able to stay in proximity to that man. That particular man is kind of like a bird in the hand type thing. It can be a self-esteem type thing. I don't want to be caught without a man, and what that says about me not having a man. And this is not me saying specifically. I don't know, what y'all got going on, but
Yeah.
I'm saying in a general sense, that question of what would make a woman, or what would allow a woman to have this type of person around their baby. And there are instances where it becomes clearer over time, the more the surface gets scratched, that the mom did kind of know a little something was off, but like I said, they were unwilling to be alone.
Mm.
And so that can be so scary and harmful. But I'm so sorry that happened to you, Wake Up, and it's
I
so much more common than you think.
yes, yes. And well, I don't remember what triggered it, but I was talking to my therapist. So, yeah, and it was just something that I had suppressed because that wasn't the only thing that had happened. You know, I went to a friend's house. My mom let me spend the night at a friend's house, finally, right? And then what happens? Her fucking cousin's there, older guy. I think we were 14 or 15. I think he was like 20, 21. Me and her are asleep on the floor. He brings his ass in there while we're sleeping and attempted.
That is
I
so
had to
crazy.
get up and I had to get up. I had to get off of me.
Oh my goodness. I'm so glad you were able to stop it though.
Me too, because I was dead asleep.
Oh my goodness.
Girl, it's the fact that they think they can do that. So when my sister had her daughter, me and her were both vigilant. We'll make sure nobody gets around you ever. Like, just because it happened to my sister too, by a family member.
I saw a TikTok not too long ago either that within the last couple of weeks, and then it was a boy, it was a man, a young man, and he was saying you can't really even leave kids alone together. You know, like you really shouldn't be leaving kids to watch other kids. You shouldn't, because
Nope.
stuff just happens.
Yep.
And you have to be in these days and times, you have to be so vigilant about this type of thing. And for me, I think it's more about creating less of an opportunity for
Yeah.
these things to happen. And while I understand that that's the logic these people, women are using around, oh, don't dress the girls this way or that way, that's not the same thing. Because I'm going to be the one to say it, that I feel like a lot of that is being burdened onto the girls, because the women aren't or can't. I'll say that because a lot of us are working parents and don't have the help
Yeah.
and don't have the community we need, and this and that and the other. So we kind of feel like we have to leave the kids in these precarious situations, and we don't want to grapple with how precarious these situations may be and who exactly we got around our kids and stuff like that. So it's just easier to say, oh, if you behave just the right way, these things won't happen to you, as opposed to grappling with, I'm positioning you to have this happen to you. I'm leaving room for this to happen to you. I may have even been the cause of this happening to you because I insisted on having this particular person within a vicinity of you.
Yeah.
So there's a lot to be had. A lot of conversations to be had. I'm going to play this about cohabitation.
Okay.
I had found this one about cohabitation.
Video in response to, my experience. So a man stitched my video in response to, my experience seeing men live in a house, right? And he was basically saying that a lot of women and children be mad when a man comes into the house and tries to implement structure. And we're going to get into that because a lot of men will say, I'm trying to implement structure in a house, first of all, that was not theirs. They moving into another woman's house, trying to implement structure in another woman's house, instead of trying to improve the structure that is already in place. Let's talk about that. They will say that they're trying to implement structure, but what they're really trying to do is change the environment and the ways of the house to fit them. That's what they're trying to do. That's what most of them do. Also in the video, there were so many problematic things that he said. Like, I don't have to explain to a child why I'm doing what I'm doing. Yes, you do. If you're moving into her space and you're changing things when she was there long before you, yes, you do need to explain why things are changing. Yes, you do need to slowly implement new things so that you won't have friction with the people who are there before you. Y'all have an extreme lack of consideration for people, for children. It's not even just women, but also the children, and so do women. Y'all do not see children as humans. Y'all got to get with my program regardless of what's going on. I'm not explaining nothing. Deal with it, no matter how unpleasant it is. Now, I would be amiss if I were to disagree and say that structure is not an issue in a lot of households with single women, right? Because somebody in the comment section was like, I could tell when there's no father in the home because there's no structure and the kids are just free-nilly doing whatever they want. But that wasn't my experience. A lot of the women out here who were single before they got married ran a tight ship.
They ran a tight ship. They had a lot of structure in the house. The men only came in trying to do all this other stuff because they were trying to assert their dominance and let those children know who's in control now. Like, I know your mom the breadwinner, she's doing all this, but I'm the one in control. You got to answer to me. Giving very much so dictator. And then they would change things in the house, and it would not make things more structured. It would actually make things more dysfunctional. It did not make things better for the children or anyone else. It only made things better for him. Now, when it comes to men moving in a house where there are already multiple women, you can't be putting that pressure on them and be trying to be like, I'm in charge, all that stuff to women, because it will dysregulate their nervous system and it will make them not like you. It will make them want to stay away from you. You will be arguing with them all the time. It will be a very unpleasant experience for both parties. You cannot approach women in the same manner you would approach a boy or a man. They're not the same. But you try to approach it like it's one and all of the same. Your stepdaughter probably will never like you. And when you and her mom break up, which you probably will, she'll probably be so happy. A lot of you will come into an already established place and try to colonize it in the name of structure and say you're doing it because it's better. You're trying to make it better when you're really creating damage, long-term damage, and then also placing a strain on that relationship between mother and daughter, mother and children in the name of structure, when y'all not really applying no structure at all whatsoever. If you had structure, a lot of y'all wouldn't be broke. A lot of y'all would have some type of financial structure. Worried about the home structure, but not worried about your financial structure whatsoever. Make that make sense. A lot of things that have to do with structure, y'all not even involved in that. The doctor's appointments, the meetings, the registration for school, all that stuff that the women usually have to do, y'all not doing it. But y'all care so much about structure. Y'all not cleaning up. Y'all not helping keep a tidy house. No, you enforce it on the children and you enforce it on that woman. It's about enforcing. Y'all like to enforce things because of dominance, not because of structure. So let's stop trying to act like this is about structure, because if that were the case, then the statistics wouldn't be what they are when it comes to step parents. More abuse tends to happen in the house when the step parents move in. Statistics wouldn't be what they are if it were really about a lack of structure and you guys trying to make things better. No. And one thing that is very important to know, whether you're a man or a woman and you're looking to be a step parent at some point, you are stepping in to a family that already has established systems and ties to other people. If you try to come in and try to reign, rule, dictate, and try to do all this stuff that is extremely disruptive to that system, you will be public enemy number one, even if you think you're doing it for the betterment of everybody else. And a lot of times, step parents try to lie to themselves. They try to lie to themselves and say, I'm doing it for the kids. I'm doing it for this. I'm doing it for that. When it's really about you. When it's really about you. Because you wouldn't have been in there trying to change anything. You would have been in there trying to see how you can improve what's already in place. You would have tried to implement things that were beneficial to those kids, not things that you think are beneficial. You don't even know these kids well enough to be making changes. You don't know their personalities well enough to know what's best for them. You don't know what they've been through. You don't know nothing. You only know their mom's vagina. That's all you know. And maybe her mouth and her butt. That's it. That's all you know. You don't know nothing about them freaking kids. Y'all are inconsiderate. Y'all are inconsiderate. And then you try to figure out why these kids hate you. And a lot of y'all not cleaning up after yourselves. Y'all not cooking. Y'all don't give a D word about these kids. You only care about enforcing and regulating. That's all y'all care about. And also, most kids love structure. Most kids love having a bedtime. Most kids know what to expect. They know what time dinner is going to be on the table. They know what time their mom's going to pick them up. They love structure. They love it. Okay? So kids don't negatively respond to structure. They actually prefer it. They don't like you for other reasons that are probably very legitimate. So a man stitched my video. Thoughts?
Story?
Sure.
So my mom married this man who was 15 years older than her. Apparently, he lied about his age and said he was only like 10, I guess. Anyway, he's a police officer. I remember them arguing, and I remember her picking me up and running. So then, fast forward however many years, she gets back with this man. And I'm older, 13, 14. I'm like, what are you doing? We don't like him. but she can't be alone. She wants to be taken care of by a man. So I'm in Mississippi because she took me back to her place of birth, right? And she went out to California for a summer, started dating him again, married this motherfucker, and then took me back to California. You know how long it lasted? 9 months. You know why? Because of everything she said. And the straw that broke the camel's back is that he yelled about some peanut butter. And when I say yelled, I mean rage about some peanut butter. I have never in my life liked peanut butter, ever. My mom has known this. I would bring them sandwiches back. I hate it. I don't want to smell it. I don't want to touch it. Ew. Literally makes me gag. And he went on to yell and try to blame me for sticking a knife in a new jar of peanut butter when there was an old jar still open. The best part was, you know who did it? You know who did it?
Him.
Exactly.
Who else would it have been? Because I know your mom
You.
would have said her. It was him. Listen, it's so weird to me. That's another, manosphere talking point. They're always talking about how there's no benefit in being a stepfather because you don't get to be in control and you don't get to control the house and you don't get to discipline the children. They're so fucking weird. Like, what do you want to do to these kids and why? And that's something that I've always been, even when it comes to my disciplining of my own children. I do not do shit for the benefit of adults when it comes to, like, if my child does something and they're always get weird around wanting to see you beat your child or do something to your child. Like, they want to see you perform for them in how their child is done. So I damn sure wouldn't be letting no man come and do anything weird to my kid in the name of discipline and structure and stuff. And I will say, this is funny, but it's not funny. The only time I had a man in a home of mine was my oldest daughter's father. And it was just me and her. I didn't have my younger baby yet. And I told her the only reason I felt like this was something that was needed was because, I've told you before, she had some issues and she wasn't behaving the best. And I was doing everything I could possibly do. I was getting the services and this and that and the other. Mm-hmm. But I'm still a young woman. I'm like 26, between 26 and 28 at this time. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, maybe she needs a father, and maybe there is something to this idea of having the structure of a man in the home. Mind you, she has a bedtime. She's clean. She's fed. When I'm going to the school, we were talking and laughing about it. When I'm going to the school, when she's getting in trouble, they're like, we don't understand what's wrong. She's clean. She's intelligent. We can see that you're raising her. We don't know what's happening with her. She's not like the other kids. You know what I mean? In terms of how we're viewing what seems to be going on with them at home. And I'm like, I don't know either. So maybe, just maybe, I need to, get off my masculine frame and let this man come in and regulate. So I convinced her father to come and be at the house with us and see how we're living and see how I'm doing things and just be that masculine presence for her. And she was like, that was the absolute worst time of our lives. Like that was and she was like, we did not need him. And I'm like, well, I know that I didn't need him financially. I didn't need him for anything else. But I'm like, I was concerned about you because you clearly were needing something I wasn't able to give you. But in the grand scheme of things, she was talking about how, like, having him in the house, it's like he didn't, how you have a general calm in the house. Mm-hmm. Everybody's just relaxing, doing their own thing. Nobody is upset. Everybody's just kind of chill. And it was like as soon as that atmosphere would just hit
Yep.
he would have to come. No, you need to be doing this and you need to be doing that and that needs to happen and you're not doing this and what did you do? And now he's looking for something to be able to punish her. So now she can't watch TV ever and she has to write the Bible over. And it was always something. Like there was never any you can't be resting
Right.
around this man. You can't be at rest, at peace, safe, and in homeostasis around this man. And this was her father. And this was her father. And so for me, I just was like, yeah, I don't think I see you, Maylan. I'm about to get you the link real quick. There's no reason to have a man around, because in my experience, especially when I watch these men talking, years after all this stuff comes into play, like I said, it made a lot of stuff make sense to me after the fact, seeing these men talk. I'm like, oh, they just always are trying to check to make sure that they're still in control, that you still feel like they bring something to that's why they say they need to be needed, because if you feel like there's a purpose for them there, you're not going to be like, nigga, I don't like you. You're pissing me off and you're making me uncomfortable. You're going to think it's necessary that whatever they're doing that's fucking with you, well, really, they're just fucking with you, that it's a necessary component that you need in the house.
Exactly. That's exactly. He wanted to run things so bad. That was the wrong time. I was 14.
Yeah.
My hormones were, baby, I talk so bad to him.
But and the thing that she said specifically about like trying to drive away, because that's important too, because when you see the men talking about it, they resent the mother having a connection with the child that's going to make them go, hey, hold on. That's a bit too far. That's a bit too much. You need to back off. You need to, because then they'll call that, oh, you're not letting him be the man. Being a man TM, being a man to them means I can do whatever I want to you, and you're going to attribute it to a necessary thing because I'm a man and I decided that it was necessary.
Right. That's exactly what happened.
And you're supposed to override your intuitive sense of justice, your bodily autonomy, anything within you that says, this doesn't feel right. What does that sound like? Sexual assault? What does that sound like? Oh, you're being fast, you're being grown. There's no accountability or responsibility to be had for the outcomes, for the impact. And even if we want to argue, straw man the argument that this is for a good reason, it's for the greater good, and this is about discipline and making sure that this is a good member of society, intent and impact are two different things. And they seem to understand that when they want to attack single mothers. But they don't, that's never the case when it comes to the necessary, a harshness of male leadership.
Yeah. Yes. Girl, that's why Ron is her favorite. You know what she made him for dinner?
What?
His favorite, sweet potato. Candy yam.
Child. And I bet it don't hurt that he white. I bet it's quite a that just do a little bit.
You know what? No.
No? Okay.
I don't think no, what she expected for me to do or in her mind to marry, she was working at this trucking company. And she was like the receptionist. So they come in and she'd take whatever bill they had or whatever. And she would be like, "Ooh, I met this guy that drives a truck." And I'm like, ew, no. Not that I didn't know anything. I'm like 18, 19. I'm trying to go to school. I was like, I don't want a man that drives trucks. I don't want that. I don't know anything. But it was like she just everything. She didn't know me. My mom never has actually known me as a person. And to this day, in her boomer brain, she thinks we're besties. Why? Because I'm the child that stayed at home. I didn't have a choice. My sister is older. She went with her dad. I didn't have a choice. I
I
had to
don't.
stay.
I wonder because like your mom's a boomer, my grandmom is a boomer. I wonder if knowledge of people doesn't seem to be a thing that is real to them. It's like
It's not.
if you spent time with them, if you've been around, the length of time that y'all have been in communication is more so the basis of or the foundation of the relationship than actual intimate knowledge of that person and like real communication and room to like let that person show you anything.
Right. She to this baby, everything I do, it's like she can't help herself. So you remember when I got this? That was like 3 years ago. So I was 43. Why'd you do that to your body?
I've been having to say it. So I'm like, I'm 40 years old. Like, whenever something comes up, and I just have to be, I am 40 years old. You're not going to keep talking to me like I'm a kid. If I can't exist in my body in peace at this point, I don't know what's going on. I'll be having to tell them all the time.
All the time. I have to tell her all the time. All the time. And now I'm the child who is her retirement plan. Girl,
Listen, hey,
migraine.
Oh my god, I hope you guys are hearing me too.
No, we didn't. I was just giving you a segue in. Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I like your PFP.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank
that's
you.
cute.
Oh my god, I found it on Pinterest, and I want to find this artist because I use two of her photos two of her drawings all the time, and I'm like, I need you to do something that I could pay you for. But
Okay.
yeah.
It's 7:00 for me. I gotta go to the gym
All right. Love you.
before it gets too late. I will be in the chat. And if you don't see me in the chat, it just means I'm listening or doing something.
Okay. No
But
problem.
I love
Good night.
y'all.
Safe. We love you too.
Yeah, have fun at the gym. I came back from it today.
I'll talk to y'all in the chat.
All right.
Okay.
All right. What you got for us, Milan?
Okay, so I wanted to come in mostly at the point where people were talking about girls with bodies, and how people treat them. One of the things that I always have said for me, and this is because of my experience. My family is like very religious Muslim, and I was dressed in the long black dress and everything. So I was dressed in that all the time, and I was wearing hijab. To most of white Americans, though, and actually to most Americans, they always thought I was a nun. So I would get. I prayed for a lot of people, but
where are you? In what part of the country?
Massachusetts.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense because I'm from Philly, so everybody know what's up in Philly.
Yeah,
that tracks. They would be that ignorant of things.
It was crazy. As a 13-year-old, I was praying for a lot of people on the streets. Yeah. And also, I'm like, my religion doesn't even have nuns, so that was the funny part to me. No? Oh, hold on. Maya.
Is that you? I wasn't sure what that was. What was I going to say? You're talking about the body thing, but still on the matter of like cohabitation, and that kind of fits into the body thing too. I don't know if y'all ever heard of it. I know I talked on here before. I'm what would be called, I'm not a naked mom, but I am a body positive mom. Like I'm not afraid of, I don't hide my body around my kids. I rarely wear pants in the house. I rarely wear bras in the house. Shit, I've been kind of like really wearing bras outside nowadays, but I'll make sure like I have a jacket or something so you can't necessarily see that I'm not wearing a bra. My point is, I'm all about like, am I comfortable first and foremost, right? For the most part, if it's not the first priority for me, it's the second priority for me. How comfortable am I existing in my body at any given time? And so, that being said, I never wanted my kid to feel like they had to be like worried about their body, about showing their body, about covering their body, about I didn't want them to feel any kind of shame in their own home around me having a man around as well. And especially now that my daughter, I mean, it's me, my daughter, and my daughter and my grandmom in the house. But I'm saying, even if I was like alone, it's just something about that idea of having kids tiptoeing around a man, and this idea that, oh, a child could do anything to make a man want them. It's like, if you have it in your mind that this man might do something to your child sexually, why the fuck is he still there? I don't care what my kid is doing. If your reaction wouldn't be the same as my reaction of, hey, why are you doing that? Or, hey, put your clothes on. There's never a scenario in which anything my child or a child that I know is a child for certain would do. And even some grown people that just are a little too young for me, to the point where I feel like it's too big of a gap. There's nothing that they could do to make me slip into sexy time mode, is my point.
And I think that like also doesn't take into account how much of an unsafe space a parent in that mindset would be, right? Like, if your child had to be like in a situation where like they know they're in danger but their parent doesn't care,
I'm gonna read some comments. Val says, my kid is in a women home enclave, 2 girls and me. If we're in undies and a t-shirt, no one will say nada. That's how I have to live. Like, that's a must for me. I have to be able to wear as little or as much as I want to. Very rarely would I ever, because I don't, and that's just because I don't like the skin touching. There always has to be something to, go up under the breasts and everything like that. But in a general sense, I'm gonna wear very little if possible. I want to feel like I'm naked, even if I don't want to be naked. She's in a situation. I think she's somewhere where there are other people, and so when she starts talking, this other person starts talking. So she's trying to keep that from happening. Are you? Can you talk now? Maylin? I'm not sure if she could talk now or not. So I'm just kind of filling the space. But yeah, it has to be a comfortable environment for us to be able to just chill. And I know, and I think of my children as people too. So it's like, if I don't want to have on pants and I don't want to, whatever, then my kid needs to be able to be as free and comfortable as I am. Why? Because nobody's a pervert. Nobody's a pervert. So if I don't want to wear pants and I don't want to wear a bra, my kids don't have to do that. And I'm gonna be honest, I probably wouldn't have a man in my space, in my house. I don't know if I would ever, but definitely until, my kid is old enough to either be somewhere else, or, that I don't feel like I'm their only place to go. Oh, you back?
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah. My point.
Are you at work or something?
Okay, I'm not at work, but when I'm with my mom, I'm always working.
I understand.
I have to like fill out for background. I'm the oldest kid in an African family, so paperwork, people going to college, all of that. is on me, and some people didn't drop off their papers on time, and I didn't chase it this time because I'm like, I'm sick of y'all. Do it. Bring it to me. I'll sign it, do whatever it needs to be done, and give it back to you. But I'm not chasing you because like you're like 18, 19, 25, grow up. Yeah. So that was my situation. But to get back to what I was saying, I think for me, like growing up as a kid, like I grew up around a lot of children that were in that situation all the time, and it was the oddest thing to me at that time was when somebody didn't want to go back home, or like they were like we had some of our friends, like some of my friends move in with me and also moved in with another friend of mine. And a lot of times the parents always acted like the girls were like crazy for leaving such a good home. The mom brings them everywhere, and the dad is like, whatever, but they have somebody that lives in that household that the child literally can't be with, but they just don't care and they don't want to change it. And then they act like I don't know. For me, it was odd for me to see the wider community because, like, I can understand why this is bad, right? And I'm like 12, 13 years old, bringing my friend to my mom to explain something that's like crazy to my mom, or whatever. And I don't understand how I could understand that, right? And we had people that had children that were old enough to be double my age that didn't understand that. They grew up in the same communities that these little girls are growing up in. I also feel like if you grew up in this community where these little girls grew up in, you also experience the same thing she's experiencing, and invalidating her feelings and making her seem crazy and is insane to me. But I'm getting a little bit passionate. Sorry. But I think a lot of people, and I know some people come from good places when they're contacting these kids and they're talking to them about how great their parents are, and to go back home and your mom loves you and all of that. I've seen that when these kids explain the situation that they were in, like they're like, yeah, I understand, that's like really terrible. But your mom is your mom and you need to go back home. Like there was a lot of that from the communities where from our community, I'm gonna be very specific, from our community, to these little girls, like she already doesn't want to probably leave her home. Like I know for me as a kid, I didn't like leaving my room because I liked my bed the way it is. You couldn't get me to go to a sleepover because I liked my bed. I like that I read until until like 1 to 2 a.m., 3 a.m. And I like having my space. And to think that these little girls would just leave a space that they feel that comfortable in, right? Is insane. And I feel like the wider community has to understand to not put pressure on these children to go back to households that are very unsafe for them. I had that message because I feel like the way I grew up, I knew it was wrong. I always thought it was crazy that majority of people didn't think it was wrong for these girls to be in this situation. For me personally, I'm like a person that is, not to toot my own horn, I guess to most people, they just saw me as attractive. And growing up, I was also very well developed, and people outside of my family tried to take advantage of me all the time. But so, like for the most part, people spoke up, right? I had a community that cared about me. Specifically, like my friends, like my mom cared about if something like that would ever to happen. So I was always able to stay at my house. And I feel like our community should be making safe spaces for girls.
I mean, well, the problem with that is that it's so male centered, because even the whole idea of little girls dressing inappropriately to garner the attention of men, like I said, if their mind isn't attuned to trying to exploit these children sexually, then they'll see the childlike nature of these little children, and they will treat it as such. But baked into that is protection of these men, because then what happens when something bad actually happens? Then it's, oh, you prompted this man to do this thing, you positioned this man to do this thing, and now this man has to deal with the fallout of doing this thing, and it's your
Mhm.
fault because you didn't behave in a way that prevented him from going, within his nature to do this
Yeah.
thing. We're supposed to understand that that's just a man's nature, and we're supposed to be okay with it, and we're not supposed to treat them like the animals you're telling me they are. We're supposed to actually put them at the head of our lives and make sure that they are able to dictate what goes on, while not paying attention to this nature. So we're supposed to pay enough attention to this nature to subvert the nature, but we're also supposed to ignore the nature to be able to give them control over our lives and jurisdiction over our lives. Because would you put somebody that acts in this way that is not a good way in charge of anything? No, but we're supposed to. But we're also supposed to be
Just ignore it,
prudent.
be in the lion's den, like just choose to
Yes,
be.
so it's always this stance of it's so much unnecessary energy is spent trying to walk this tightrope. And like I said, if you fall, if something happens to you, it is on you, because you didn't walk the tightrope perfectly. You're supposed to walk
Mhm.
the tightrope perfectly to maintain their position and their what's that called, reputation.
Mhm. And it's crazy because I was like, while I was the nun in our group, a lot of my friends also generally either dress modest or not, but it didn't really stop like none of it stopped people from being sexually abusive. Like I was the way that I was dressed, there were people who were attracted to the way that I was dressed. Um there were
They
people.
do sexualize modesty.
Mhm.
They
Like
do sexualize it.
yeah, like
That's
and
that's because in people's mind, when they think of modesty, they think of virginity, and
mhm.
unfortunately, there's a large amount of men that like the idea of destroying your virginity, not necessarily not necessarily. Okay, you've never been with someone. I've never been with someone. Let's have an honest relationship. No, something about like being. It's almost like you ever
Taking
see
something,
kids
they're taking
that
your
have the
virginity
Lego
from you.
blocks and then
Mhm.
they just want to tear it down. It's kind of something like that. It's a weird thing.
They're taking, it's about possession. They're taking your virginity, so now they have your virginity, and not only have they taken it from you, but they've also taken it from all the other men, because that's something else they do. They don't like the idea of another man having had you, whether you were a virgin or not. But that's something that's always on their mind. What other man got taste of
Power.
it?
It's a
Mhm.
power
So
dynamic.
it's about taking, now that I've taken your virginity, nobody else can have it. I have your virginity specifically.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I feel like too, like there's this person. I think there's like different people tend to assume like just because maybe your dad wasn't like that to you. I'm not saying all men are like this, right? But you'd be surprised how many men maybe they might not like, try to address their own personal child because for them that might be a different scenario. But they definitely would would or may sleep with someone else's child. Like they don't like men don't necessarily see other people's children as their children, right? Like so, I know like I'm an immigrant, right? I wasn't born here. And like it's fascinating to me, like looking how you see, and I think a lot of immigrant women could talk about that, like the certain men that kind of go back home, especially depending on what kind of country you're from.
Mhm.
If there's like vast differences in socioeconomics, right? You'll see the people that go back home. Maybe they'll have like a wife here, but they when they go back home, like they're sleeping with younger girls, like,
Mhm.
and I mean younger. Like some might be 18, but some definitely might not. And I think and that's not even just them. It's like I said, if it depends on the vast difference in socioeconomic too, like other men of other societies, maybe what they could not do in their own countries without persecution, like go to these other countries and they're doing the
Yeah,
same type of behavior.
yeah,
And
passports.
and yeah, and that's why I think sometimes, like, when people say, like, "Oh, well, we don't need these laws," and I hear it's not true because, if that was the case, why are you catching a plane and going to someone else? It's literally the laws that are preventing you, and you're annoyed because the laws
Mm-hmm.
are not preventing you. Instead of trying to change the mindset and the reality that you are older, right? Like, I for some reason I feel like men don't feel like they're aging when they really are. Like, you are older, you are aging, and the aging also comes with a lot of other stuff, like, you know, um, what you call it, what is it called when you have erectile
Mm-hmm.
dysfunction and stuff like that? It's almost like they're getting angry at life, and instead of like accepting that, they're like, "Let me become more of a menace," which is so crazy. That's a whole nother situation.
Like,
Maylin, you wanted to say something?
I totally agree with that, especially because from like I'm sorry, from the from my community in particular, because people can have four wives or whatever. There are a lot of men that go back to Africa to marry an extra wife, um, and it's generally like it's to me it's disgusting because they're going back there generally with families that need like money. Um,
And
yeah.
younger, like extreme, like sometimes prepubescent, like you're not
Hmm.
prepubescent, but definitely younger. And a lot of people sometimes don't like. I know, like they were trying to change like the marriage laws. What was it in like
Yeah, it was
Somalia or something
Somalia,
like
and the guy
that?
literally came out and was like crying. Like, it was an old man. Like, he looked like he was about 60. He was on there and he was crying. He was like, "Where's the ulama?" Like, he's like, "Where's the religious people? Where are the imams and all of those people?" Because he was like, he was. I'm sorry, it was crazy. It's crazy, but he,
It's in every country.
yeah,
Like even here, like they were trying like really, if you look at the marriage laws in
they
the
don't
United States,
exist.
like there's some states like you can marry
As
somebody
young as
like
5.
16 or whatever. I'm not even gonna talk about Utah, but Utah's what you know of. But
We
it's
have
just something for some reason that society in every country, that has like these factions of people and society supports it and tolerates it. And you can tell because even if you go to jail, like they don't prosecute you for these crimes, right? Like there's some people that were, I mean, quiet as kept. There's some people's grandmothers back in the day, if someone violated you, they would just make you marry that person at a young age. I'm not talking about like, first of all, you shouldn't do it, but some of these people were like 15, 13, 16. Like that was
I
a
mean, the
thing.
youngest woman,
And it's still
not
is.
even woman, the youngest child that happened to in the United States was 9 years old, where she was forced to marry the person who assaulted her afterwards. And it was on the news, and people were like marveling at the age difference and everything at the time. Like, when you look at the newspapers, it's actually insane. Like, to think that, as I'm sorry, but not to be like that mom on TikTok who chased him down, which she should have, in my opinion. Um, like, I feel like if that were to happen to my child, they would be lucky. If like,
Oh, was it the lady that found the guy under the
mm-hmm.
bed? But there was a lady that found, so that was another thing too. Like there was a lady, she found the guy under the bed,
Yeah.
right? So and so she didn't know that, and she was defending her kid. Now, mind you, if this was a white teen
Mm-hmm.
man, because there was a case of that in Texas, where the white teen man, there was a kid that climbed into the bedroom. He literally asked the daughter, "Do you know this guy?" He was like, "No," and he unalived the black kid, right? But now that it's reversed and it's a black woman and her child is underage, okay, it's a man. I don't know what race is, not that it
Mm-hmm.
matters, But it's almost like society's telling you, no, well, she's underage, but it's okay because, it doesn't matter. Especially because she's a black child. I feel like on top of that, society feels like black women have to be kind of like the acceptance of bottom barrel behavior men in general. I'm not saying that black men. I'm saying in men in general, because you'll see sometimes some girls that are also black and they're with like loser type of guys that are from other societies and nobody says anything, right? So it's just a generally an acceptable thing. You get what, 5 years, 3 years, or something like that. You could be a serial child person. You've done like this 2, 3, 4, 5 times. You should have been on electric chair. They let you right back out again.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's like society is okay with the acceptance of women being abused, but nobody talks about the boys that are getting violated, right? Nobody says that. And if they did, like with R. Kelly, as soon as it was like a boy thing, and it should be wrong across the board, right? But as soon as it was a boy thing, they're like, oh my God, he did it to boys? Now it's wrong. Like, come
Mm-hmm.
on. The reality is when people have no control over their like sexual phallus or whatever like that, really at some point you become greedy and every hole is a hole. That's an Every hole is a hole. Everybody is at risk because you have a thirst of lust that's just beyond controllable, and no one has ever kept you accountable.
I'll say this much about that. I feel where you're coming from with that. I want to be careful though to not like over generalize certain things, but I do believe that there is a personality trait where someone just enough is never enough. And that's the thing when I talk about the boundary pushing, when I've had that discussion about the boundary pushing, it shows itself when you see someone who just has a general problem with boundaries, which is always what Charlie Murphy called a habitual line stepper. You'll meet habitual line steppers, and it does and can show up sexually in people. And I do feel like that's why they say like rape when people were trying to say that women can be too ugly to rape. Rape isn't necessarily about, regular sexual desire as much as it is about power and control in that. So yeah, that's definitely a thing.
I don't think it's that people violate people for different reasons. Like someone who tends to do something like that, I think they're more looking for people that will give them an exemption for what they're doing, or for people that are vulnerable, right? Like you could be vulnerable no matter how you present. You could be vulnerable as a quote unquote non-attractive girl, right? Because people are thinking, oh, no one's going to touch you. You could be vulnerable as an average girl. Oh, well, nobody kind of pays attention to her. You can be vulnerable as a pretty girl. Oh, well, she's pretty, she gets everything she wants. So it's really about how vulnerable you are, and if there's no one unfortunately paying attention to that, because you'll hear like a lot of people that are those type of violators, they'll tell you like, oh yeah, the girl that has like no dad in the house, like who looks like they have low self-esteem, oh yeah, or the person no one's paying attention to, those are the easy mark. They don't really talk about look when they say that, right? It's because you're vulnerable. That's all it is.
Yeah, absolutely. And I did a live on here when the girl said that her old sugar daddy husband had touched their children. And I showed this guy was talking. He said he was a serial child toucher and child rapist, and he was explaining like the things that they look for, and they look for vulnerability, they look for those gray areas, like I said, of a parent that's a little bit too busy to really be paying attention to what's going on in the house, a parent that's more apt to be concerned about missing out on work than they are about who they're leaving the child with, a parent that is going to be so desperate for help that this random person coming out of nowhere like a white knight to save the day for them is going to be so much more more vivid to them than any of the dangers that could be lurking in his motivations. They're going to look for kids who look dirty, unkempt, uncared for, who are falling between the cracks or whatever, because they figure it'll be easier to get access to them and also to discredit them. And they say they're looking for somebody without a father in the home. I think more so because they know how territorial men can be and how violent men can be and things like that. So they're basically mitigating risk more than anything. They're looking for a situation where what is the likelihood that I can get away with whatever it is I'm trying to do that I know is a subversion of any person's boundary. How can I is there a likelihood that I can get away with this thing? And like I said, it's not just about sex. Habitual line steppers do it in so many different ways. I tell people all the time, every now and then, I talk about how one of my exes never hit me. But at a certain point, well after I had been done with him, a family member was explaining to me basically that he had hit every woman in his life, up to and including her, and she was his sister. He had hit every woman in his life, but he didn't hit me. And I was astute enough to know that it wasn't because he respected me so much, but it was more so because he did not know what would happen to him if he would have hit me specifically. Because, see, she's a part of his family, so he already knows about the players in that situation and if and what they would do with him hitting her, which was nothing. The other women, these are women that he had more solid romantic and sexual relationships with them. Why? Because I was always someone who, like I said, I need to be comfortable in my house. My kid needs to be comfortable. There were certain things I had priorities that weren't having a man around, having a male structure and leadership. I didn't believe in.
You didn't give off desperation.
Not even I didn't give off desperation. He understood that there would be different consequences for him doing certain things to and with me and mine than it would be for the other women, because he knew that he had the cover of religion and how their family and friends would feel and react and this and that and the other. My people would be on guard. My people wouldn't give a fuck about none of that shit. We would go right upside his head and down his throat with it. And he understood that. And so
I used to tell a man, you could call me Bobbit if you want. I don't have don't the one thing about me, I say the one thing about me, I'm a nice person. I was like, but if you ever, you could call me Miss Bobbit. Because they're gonna find you right on the side. The hit thing for me is just that ain't it. But at this, really to be quite honest, I'm not a runner, I'm a track star. When I see signs of problems, girl, I will be out that door. Now I've been in situations where I didn't see obvious problems, right? Because there's hitting, but at at that time, I mean, now we have more of the language, like emotional abuse, which starts to like kind of find its way slowly and more sinister. Like you tend to assume sometimes it might just be, boop, okay, this person is calling you this. And it might not be that. It might be a slow, simmering, type of thing until you're comfortable. Quote, unquote. But either way, I'm leaving. So,
no, yeah, and that's the thing. It's not that. Please don't think it's me saying, "Oh, yes, I'm this good person. I just got it on lock." It wasn't that. It was more so that I had a stronger family connection. Maybe not a stronger family connection, but my family is different. I come from matriarchal people. Didn't have the language for it, then didn't fully understand it. But when I look at the dynamics of how my family has always been, my family is matriarchal. So it wasn't going to be no, oh, just go back to him, because they didn't like him. They made it clear they didn't like him. They didn't think him being a man was special. We don't think men generally are special. You either doing what we were more about the kids in my family. So it's like, if you're not doing anything for the kids, which he wasn't, fuck you. And so he couldn't rely on patriarchal people to be in my ear and on my back to put pressure on me. He couldn't rely on me personally, because even though I was naive in a lot of ways, so he got away with a lot more than he should have. And I think that was the part where he felt a little comfortable, but there was always a point where he would get where it would go beyond my naivety to, oh, you're violating my rights as a person. You don't get to do that to me. Whereas people who had that patriarchy turned up they're going to override that with the patriarchy. They're going to say, okay, yeah, he's hitting me. He's doing anything and everything he might be doing to me. But because of patriarchy, it's okay. I have to make it okay because he's a man. And now it's okay because that's just what men do. And that's just how men are. Same thing as, oh, these kids need to cover up and act just right so a man won't rape them because that's just a male nature. And we have to be mindful about it instead of put that fucking animal in the cage if that's how it is. You know, and I'm more of a, oh, you need to go in a cage type person. So he knew that he couldn't go beyond a certain point with me because now it's caging time. So he wasn't going to do that with me. It was so much easier for him to do it with these other people who, you know, and
because they know who they can try, especially
they know
if you
who they can try, and that's the thing.
I think family support or support of a strong community tends to wear off predators because
especially if you have like
when you have like that strong sense of family, that family's gonna be like, oh, we're gonna roll up. Like they don't like that. Like they do not like that at all. They do not
I
like
look for
that.
kids who are vulnerable, who don't have anybody looking out for them, whose parents are either too tired or distracted to be vigilant in that way, because vigilance requires a level of work that, like I said, I don't feel a lot of people want to do, and I'll say a lot of women want to do. A lot of women be trying to offset some of that mental load of being an adult, of being a parent or whatever, to these romantic relationships, and they figure having a man around, you know, a lot of women will say it, whether they got kids or not, I want to turn my brain off, I want him to be in control, I want him to admit it's so much better because I don't have to think. But the thing is, when you have children, whether they the father or not, but I would say especially when they're not the father, you have to have that shit on in space because there are so many people looking for the opportunity to beat up on children, and specifically and especially children that they don't have any kind of emotional tie to.
Parental ties or blood ties. Yeah. It's dangerous out here. You gotta I don't know. I know for me, like I've thought about you know, dating. I don't even know if I really even thought like I'm just gonna remarry. I'm be honest with you. Like I was in a relationship, I was married, and I was like, oh, I did that one time. I'm not doing that again. And then on top of it, because I have daughters, I think it even makes it worse because my parents were so they were so vigilant, right? Like my parents were like, I'm not here, don't open the door for anybody. I don't like when I used to go with my mom. She'll be like, "Let's say if I go out with my mom, she'll like, she'll even tell me, don't ask me to go and play upstairs in no one's room. I don't believe in that. You need to be downstairs where I can see you." Like, so I have that same mindset now, but now I'm divorced, and even to some extent, I'm still worried for my kids being divorced because I don't even know if I don't know if a man not all men necessarily um especially if they didn't necessarily come from that, maybe they might be with their mom, they might not necessarily have that same vigilance. You know what I'm saying? Like my ex doesn't have that vigilant. He doesn't have a vigilance, I would say. Right? Like, people, he's a guy. He's gonna have, male friends and stuff like that over. And yes, my kids are upstairs kind of usually when I call my kids, they're upstairs in their room. You remember how we we're talking about the room thing? Like, right? But I understand the room thing on some extent because I clearly recall like being younger, even with my parents being vigilant. And I don't know if that's all women. Like you can remember instances where you're around certain friends, even your parents' friends, the male friends of your parents. And you know how you get those looks like, and this is a conversation that a lot of girls do not talk about. Like there's no Queen Teen podcast, you know what I'm saying? About yes, such and such was creepy. I remember like I had other because some of my friends had daughters and they would talk about their dad. It was crazy because we would talk
About
about
you, like
each other's
for
parents.
even noticing, they'll be like, oh, you are being grown for even bringing something like that up. Why is it on your mind? But I also want to, I actually touched on it a little bit in my book, and I have it up on the screen. And I
Mm-hmm.
say, I wanted to be able to relax in the knowledge that the only man around my daughter was her father, so I didn't have to worry about things such as pedophilia or other types of abuse that could have been a factor with an unrelated man. So I'm saying, like, as a mother, that's something that I was acutely aware of as well, of like, if I'm going to deal with a man, I have to actively look out for that type of thing. And I feel like for most women, when they're if they're of the mindset of feeling like a relationship is like a priority, that a lot of women will put that kind of stuff on the back burner or not even think about it at all because they're so hell bent on this idea of having a partner that that's an inconvenience for them. You know what I mean? Like, it's an inconvenience for to have to be like, dang, is this man being creepy? Dang, is this thing he said actually inappropriate? Is this person's fixation on being in control and all of that? Especially if you're a woman who believes in a man being the head and this and that and the other. That's a whole ball of wet. Like, that's a very complicated space to be in, and it's fraught with a lot of things that you have to pay attention to, that generally, especially when it comes to sex, people get real dizzy and lazy and don't want to be bothered.
But isn't my perception, or like I personally feel like even when you go into like these second relationships, right? Like let's say if you have like younger kids or something like that. I feel like a lot of times, so maybe if they're married, because I feel like that's like extreme pressure for you to stay in it. But like if you're not married, I feel like a lot of people just end up leaving that relationship too. Like it's like you left one, you left the other. I think it's easier for relationships to work out once your kids are not with you anymore, right? Because those variables, not, and I'm not even just talking about like intimacy and inappropriateness, just the variables of having a child in a relationship is complicated, right? Because it's innate in a child to be comfortable with their clan. Like, and for the adult, it's like, oh yeah, I'm moving on. But for a kid, you're a stranger. Like, that's how I felt when I was a kid. Like, you ain't my mom, you ain't my dad. I don't know you like that. Like, it's not, unless you've never had a comfortability like with maybe like your mom or your dad. But I feel like once you have that, like, you're a stranger. I'm not saying some kids will be rude to you, but it's understandable that kids go through like this emotional turmoil of this person trying to exude dominance on them who's a stranger. And I think that's why a lot of times, like in those relationships, sometimes, whether we realize it or not, like some people just getting into a relationship with somebody, they don't even care if their kids get along. You know what I'm saying? And then you wondering why it didn't work out 2 years later. This
How
person don't
many
like your
people?
daughter. They don't like
How
your
many
son.
people? I've seen people, and like, I'm not gonna pull this stuff up now. Maybe I'll do another live on it. This other girl that's actively like going through stuff where she's talking about what happened with her stepdad or whatever, and her mom and her are kind of going back and forth. But I've seen people talk about how their moms went and got married and didn't. What's her name? Super, she went and got married and didn't invite the kids, and then her and the son was going through it over her new husband, not Lou, after Lou. And all this stuff is going on, and it's like, that's what I'm talking about, that prioritization of romantic love. The thing is, like I said, my baby is 12 now, and I'm sitting here like, where did the time go? She was just the baby. She is still the baby, but she was just a baby to me. You know what I mean? And it's like, she's already going to be 12. Before I turn around, she's going to be 18. My oldest is already 22. I mean, and I know life isn't promised or whatever like that, but I'm saying in a general sense, I sit and I look back, I'm 41. I don't know when the fuck that happened. You get what I'm saying? Years go by, is what I'm saying. Years go by like that. So I can put that time in and say, okay, I can just not worry. If I really want to give myself over fully to a relationship in that way, right now I have a responsibility that I feel like trumps that. And I can still experience. I'm not someone that feels like, oh, I just wither up and die over a certain age. I know, and especially
I
once
feel like you
everything.
can still date though. Like it's. I mean,
I
I'm not
don't even
dating,
feel
but
like
like if
that's the thing.
you have family, like if you have family and friends and stuff like that. To be quite honest, I think a lot of people use their children as a manipulation point to stay in relationships. If I'm honest, like, well, as soon
You
as
can
they
stay
like are
in what kind of relationships? What do you
like
mean?
like sometimes like let's say if you just got separated, right? It's there's two factions. There's people that like want to act like they didn't have the kid and all. This is men or women, by the way. Like they had a relationship and it's like this is something totally new. So maybe they just drop the kid off at grandma's and just start something new, men or women. Then you
Mhm.
have the other faction of people that's like, here's my kids, get to know my kids. And then it's like, well, what about my kids? Right? Even though it's not working. It's almost like they're using their kids as this
Oh,
empathy
I get
point
what you mean.
to
Like,
stay
oh,
in a
a
relationship.
sympathy play. I
Yeah.
mean, here's the
I feel
thing.
like
I feel like this, and this is the way I've always looked at it. I I didn't realize it at the time, but I'm understanding it now. I have language for it. I've always been acutely aware of like bandwidth, how much bandwidth I have generally for life. And so for me, it was always that thing of like, if I'm going to bring a relationship on, I already have a full plate. And my plate is full with having to take care for myself generally as an individual in society. Now I'm a mother. I have to be on top of my motherhood thing. So bringing a relationship in and the ways that people talk about relationships and the ways that the expectations of relationships are as a woman, and specifically as a black woman, and then as a black woman with children, there's so much I'm expected to do to compensate for having children. There's so much that I'm expected to do generally as a woman in a heterosexual relationship. That just sounds like extra work to me. And because my children are so much of a priority for me and always were, even when I was a child, because of the childhood I had, I am just like, look, if it doesn't naturally work, if this is not a person that's aligned with helping me with what I have on my plate, if it's not a person that is family minded and children oriented and like, hey, I see these kids need a father and I want to be a real father to these kids and I want to help you in making sure the bills are paid and the house is safe and you know everybody is emotionally, mentally, psychically secure. If I got a man coming around worrying about how much he's getting fucked and fed, if I got a man coming around worried about what I'm
ooh,
wearing, what
child,
the
that's
baby is wearing, if I got to worry about a man trying to have me but be a player out in the streets and then using my status as a single mother or a woman or a black woman or a fat woman or whatever, you know, the things are that men have voiced that they use as counts against a woman. I don't have time for any of that. I might as well stay by myself and work on my, you know, work on my paper because this is my responsibility. These are the things I'll do that. And if I get to a point where any of those things can be alleviated, let's say I win the lottery today or tomorrow, or I get this channel and everything popping off and I get a lot more money and I'm able to create, you know, assurances for myself and for my kids in specific ways that I don't have right now, that I have a little bit more bandwidth to kind of be scanning for the right guy for that situation, I'll do that then. But it's not enough of a priority to me to be trying to put myself to the task. And like I said, the way I'm looking at it, a lot of women aren't even doing the level of discernment, scrutiny, and due diligence that I'm talking about having to do. That's why I'm not doing it. A lot of women just think, oh, if I bring a man in, he's going to take care of all this stuff I already have on my plate. He's going to be paying the bills or helping with the bills, you know, and I won't be lonely. And, you know, they're looking at it a different way than I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it like, no, realistically, what the fuck else am I going to have to do?
it's the stress. Like
Mm-hmm.
I like, even like me, like I said, like I was married before, but dealing with so the thing is like I feel like in my life I have some things that, on my list I would like to get, like a team, right? Okay, maybe I don't know if marriage was on there, but if it happens, it happens, right? I was like, if I have kids, okay, I have it, it happens, it happens. A college degree, maybe travel, like you have some things on your list. And the reality is, everything on your list is not going to happen. Let's start right there. Everything on your list is not going to happen. And really, to be quite honest, if I feel like if we think of women and society as a whole, how many people on that list have had happy, healthy relationships and marriages, right? Okay, that might not be a lot, right? They might have had bodies, they might have had thermal energy, they might have even had someone with a title of husband, but did they have a good person with them? Not a lot. And it's okay if some people, like the girl that you were talking before, was like, my man, my man, and you're cheating. If that's what you like, that's what you like. I know I can't tolerate that. I know emotionally, I'm going to be honest with myself. And I know that if I'm with somebody that makes me unhappy, it's going to wear on my mental health over time. It's going to make me sick. I'm not going to have enough of me for myself, right? So, okay, I was married. That didn't work. But I am a mom, right? Okay, I signed up for that. That part I can control a lot more. That's how I see it. Right? Like the mom part, maybe my wife part didn't pan out how I wanted it to be, but I'll be damned if my mom part ain't happy. Nah, I'm going to story time. I'm going to the festival outside with my kids. I'm going to the water park. We're gonna go on vacation to Canada. The drive is 6 hours. I'm driving 6 hours. I got my passport done. We going. We're gonna drive down to Florida. Shoot, if I really had the time, I'd drive down to Mexico. I go on vacation. A lot of moms are not happy moms. Because the problem is sometimes you're yoked with someone. The reality is there's a lot of men out here that when they see you as a mom and you're happy, and they're like, and they don't have love in themselves. Some men get jealous of moms being happy with their kids.
Yeah, they don't. This is the thing. They're looking for women who don't feel like life is worth living unless they have a man. And a lot of men, when they see, and also too, I feel like a lot of men did. I can't say for certain because I don't know all men, but you got to be careful about getting in relationships with people who did not have true emotional connections with their family, because whatever emotional connection you have with your family, whether it be your family or your children, there is this jealousy, and they'll try to make you think you're weird for it, and or you're doing too much or whatever. Like they'll come at you when they got little stuff to say about how close you are. Like if you talk to your mom every day, oh, you talking to your mom every day, yeah, that's my fucking mother, or you hugging and being
But what
affectionate.
about you think you bougie? You think all that? Like,
Yeah,
first of
oh
all, if
yeah,
you
that's what I'm saying. I with my kid's father, that, oh, you think you're this and you think you're that and da. No, I just have a sense. I had to realize I have a sense of self-centeredness and anchoring in who I am, and self-worth that came from the people around me investing in me emotionally as well as financially and anything else, and actually taking the time to show me that I matter to a certain degree, so that, yeah, when stuff comes up, I'm not automatically fawning over you or automatically centering you, because I am the main character of my story. Now we can merge our stories and we can be, what's that called? Co-stars, but you're
Mhm.
never going to be at the center of my world.
You know what? You're the person that says you think you're all that is angry because they don't think they're all that. And that's something you need to work on. Like, I'm not relying
I think
on
it's more
you for
about
my I'm
anger.
not I'm not relying on you for my self-esteem. I esteem myself. Yes,
I
I'm
think
confident in
What you
myself.
had to say,
And if you
Mayla?
have a problem with being esteemed in yourself, you need to go back to your mother's house or your father's house or whatever house you came from and go and fix that. That's not my problem. Like, and unfortunately, like, there's too many people that are allowing their empathy to surpass their boundaries. I'm sorry, that's not me. Like, I'm not gonna do that for you.
I think
Okay.
when it comes to people acting like you think that they're better than them, I think it has a lot to do with their self esteem and how uh, not to be whatever how great you are as a person. They're like they can't always be sunshine and rainbows because they're shitty people. Like I think
Some people don't like the shine. They don't. Some people don't like your light. Like, they like it, Some people like your light temporarily. Like, oh my God, you're like such a good person. Oh my God, like, oh my God, you're this. But then like 24 hours a day, because they're internally unhappy, when they've been around you, it's like, oh, why does this person like you? Why does that like, and no one's dealing with that. And you can't, how is it that you feel like you can't say it's my fault that you don't feel like you're esteemed? Because if I chose you, it's because I obviously saw something in you that I esteemed you to be a something, right? So you're listening to your own voice, not to my voice.
Well, I have to. The thing is about this specific person that I have in mind. One thing I had after, after being out of the situation, but having sat and observed and going over everything, I realized, like I was saying about people who haven't experienced being in psychologically safe situations, especially as a child. I grew up in an environment where the majority of my experience was being loved and centered as a child. And people, even if they did it to their own detriment, but the focus of the households and the groupings that I was in was making sure that the children were physically, psychologically safe, making sure that we had what we were supposed to have in terms of our development and food and everything else. I was always, I didn't have lights going off. I didn't have a shortage of food around the house. I had emotional comfort, hugs and kisses. I had a lot. And I learned as I got older, not everybody had that. I'm thinking that's just the base. I mean, and it is just the baseline that you're supposed to have as a human being coming into the world as a baby and a young child, but not everybody had that. And so dealing with this particular person, the more I learned about their background, the more I learned about the instability of their household, the more I learned about how adultified they were as a child, the more I recognized the effect that it had on that person. And then furthermore, how that stunted their ability to feel safe within themselves and to trust themselves. So now where I'm a person that my default is giving love and light and stability and safety because I have such an abundance of it for myself, that person is always looking for how someone is going to get them or how they can get that person because the people that they were surrounded by either left them to fend for themselves or made them have to defend themselves against them. You get what I'm saying? They were constantly under some kind of attack or left vulnerable. And so when they see me being able to exist in my body in a sense of general safety, there's a jealousy there. And then they'll try. It's so crazy to me how I noticed the ways that they used to try to get at me, like psychologically, the things they would say to me, the ways they would try to cut me down. And then I realized, people will talk to you how they talk to themselves. So I'm like, the stuff that you're saying to me to try to make me feel bad about myself, I'm not insecure about. The stuff that you're saying to me to try to make me feel that you're saying to me that I might have said to you and it hit you a certain way, is it going to hit me that way because I don't conduct myself the same way in that situation? And so it's being able to recognize, and I feel bad for them more than anything, that like, oh, you weren't the beneficiary of the same kind of love and care and safety, like I said, that I had. And while me, I'm always trying to show people and give from my overflow. But if you can't stand the fact that I had it to give in the first place, then you're never going to be able to benefit if you're always trying to cut me down because I had it to give in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to go ahead because we're getting late now. I'm going to let you guys do your final thoughts and then I will close out the show. So I'll start with Mingland because you came up first, and then we'll go to
I think I forgot my main point that I had.
You came up originally talking about the body, young girls' bodies and being adultified because they have curvy bodies and things.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna end with that with a lot of girls grow up being adultified, and I think I think it's crazy because I don't think that girls should have to experience their body changing in the way that they experience it right now. Um, I think that's where sometimes dysmorphia comes from. Um, and it's also like a lot of just blaming the girls for those situations that happen. I'm gonna say that like it doesn't matter if you're modest. It doesn't matter if you're immodest. It doesn't matter what anybody thinks about how you were dressed. What did happen was going to happen by those people because they think that they could, right? So I would say if you were ever in that situation, you are not to blame. You're not the only person. In the United States, that's 1 in 4 women. I think that like you deserve love and you deserve care when that happened to you. And I think that you should show that to your inner self if that ever happened to you. I think you should give yourself time to analyze those situations that you were in if that did happen to you. And I think that you should take the time to heal that person. I think that was all I had to say. Sorry.
That was amazing. And that was so comprehensive because that's the most important thing. Like in the times when you're not getting what you need from outside, you're going to have to look inside. I know it's not fair, but that's where it's going to have to come from. And then you'll be surprised how you see it start. Once it resonates outside of you, it'll start bouncing off of other things and coming back to you too.
And I think also once you take the time to understand that situation, you also start to understand how the world doesn't protect girls, and the world most definitely doesn't protect children at all, but especially girls. Um, for me, I stay vigilant on that by just trying to recognize it. And I think that sometimes it can be hard when you're thinking this and this can happen to a child, but it can happen to children. And that's why I feel like we should have like always have your ear out, always call out people around you. I'm Gen Z millennial. I can't say millennial, but like I love our generation for just being able to speak out about people being disgusting towards other people, people expressing themselves in ways like especially like older men flirting with like 5-year-olds, and everybody's like, oh my god, he's just like, no. Like I'm glad that this is the generation that literally is just like, no, that's disgusting, that's weird behavior, let's not do that. And I hope that like in the future we continue in that way to make sure that like these people, even though like even if there's a person in that kid's life that's not paying attention, they understand the wider community is watching out for these girls. They understand that these girls have a safe space, because a lot of it is just the child not having a safe space. Like for teachers, your students, like I know I had a lot of teachers that were safe spaces. I had a lot of especially Miss Wanda Davis, I love you. But like I
shout out to Miss Davis.
I think a lot of kids deserve a Miss Jenkins, like a Miss Worthy. Like these are the people that I grew up with. I think that a lot of kids, even Mr. Cusack, he was the safe space for all the weirdos. And that's a great thing, because you know all these kids have all these people to go to where they can say, hey, this and this is happening to me. Or they have spaces with teenagers, which I think is the saddest thing we're losing, is teen spaces that were created. I think just being able to be with other kids, and having the also like just sex education, teaching them what is wrong, what is good, what is bad, like not keeping things away from your kids, because that's what people take advantage of. And I think having, especially just the safe spaces, whether you're a teacher, you're a social worker, you're a community organizer, That's what our children need. Because it's not just the parents. Because sometimes even if you're a vigilant parent, you'll drop a ball. We all drop balls. Like, and I think that where one doesn't recognize, we should have a community that has its eyes out, that recognizes, that loves these kids. If you see an unloved child, spread good love that makes them feel like you're just a safe space. Like you're not there for anything other than their joy and their happiness. Sorry, I get too emotional.
Don't apologize at all. That's exactly what's needed is people that actually care as much as you care. Like you have an actual connection to it. It means something to you. And that's 100%. I'm so glad you said that because it is, a lot of times, like I said, people's drives seem to be something different than what they're saying it is in the conversation around, the baby's body. Oh, it's about protecting the kids, but really it seems like it's about shaming the kids and it's about, coddling the men and creating a protecting the paradigm in which them behaving that way is not something that we need to focus on changing because that's just inherently what men is. So when we focus on the girl and the women's behavior, then that's where, all of the energy is put towards when really we could say absolutely not. This is not normal. This is not acceptable. And we're going to single you guys out when you're caught doing some shit like this.
Yeah. Because I feel like protection is making sure that the kids feel safe. That's protection. Even if you look crazy, even if you sound dumb, I think their protection is always the most important thing.
Absolutely, because I don't understand why people don't understand why their kids don't want to talk to them no more.
Mm.
That's so crazy. But thank you so much, as always, Malin. Oh, did you have something else to say?
Oh, no, it's like I was just gonna say I learned a lot about just from being a teacher. I don't have any kids. I am community for all my nieces and nephews, and they stay with me because I'm the coolest.
Listen, if you can help it, keep it that way for as long as possible. Keep it that way because it keeps your head clear. It really keeps your head clear.
Yeah, I don't think I'm made to be like a person that I think I need a community of people that I will always be there, like 3 people or 4 people, because I know I'm not a full glass, and and I want the cup to spill over for my child, so I hope to make a community like that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Malin.
Thank you for having me. I'll say good night to y'all.
Good night. All right, go ahead, Val.
I just want to say I think children need to have like more of a voice and speak on these issues. Like I think a lot of times, you know, adults are speaking and everybody else is speaking, but unfortunately, like a lot of the children's voices are silent and not really amplified in terms of their experiences. I also think we need to have a society where we recollect what it was to be a child. Like I think a lot of people have forgotten what it was to be a child. And even though you may see someone, whether that's boy or girl, like you may see a boy and he might be like, oh, he's 5'8". You know what I'm saying? Or you may see a girl and she's like, and she has boobs or whatever, or she has the shape. But literally to them, literally last year they were like 10. You know what I'm saying? Literally last year they were 11. I know my nephew, he's like 6 something, okay? And he's always been tall. He was 6 feet tall at like 14. You know what I'm saying? And just because you see somebody and they may have like, whether that's, a shape that's overly developed or, a height that's tall, they're still children. You know what I'm saying? Like, just yet, like, literally, like, oh, just yesterday I was like in my house playing basketball. Or just yesterday I was doing this. And
that childhood doesn't stop just because they grew in a year. I think we need to learn how to allow children to be children and to be innocent. And maybe stop thinking because maybe us as adults or certain adults may have a mature mind and mindset. That child is not thinking what you're thinking. They really aren't. Like, and if a child, you know what? Even if a child did something like have underage sex or whatever it may be, even then, they don't really even understand what they're doing. Like, so let me
Child,
get that too.
that's
Sometimes people will say
okay.
like they had sex and they don't know what they're
Okay. And
doing.
18 doesn't mean that everything you feel like an adult should know is downloaded into their
You don't.
brain as soon
You
as they
don't.
turn 18.
You don't. Like I even when I turned 18, like, even now on some extent for me, I feel like there's things that sometimes adult people say, and that could be because the era I was born in 78. So the era I was born in, like when I hear certain things like, wow, that's like kind of crazy. And I'm like this, but that's in a way like that's what a child is. Like, you're saying, oh, you're being fat. They don't know what you're talking about. They're just putting on shorts because it's hot outside. That's because
And
you
maybe they are putting it on because they feel cute in them, but
well, you know what?
they can have that.
They may feel cute, but that doesn't mean that they feel
No,
cute because they feel cute or that they want you, an older
that doesn't mean
guy,
somebody should
to
come and
come
fuck
and
them.
try and touch them. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Or you, an older woman, to tell them, "Oh, you trying to take my man?" No, that has nothing to do with that. And I think if everyone remembers what it felt like to be like that, like you're not gonna move on that time with a kid. Understand what I'm saying? Like there's a certain level of like logic and understanding a kid does not have. Like they are literally child mind. They process as a child. And I get that there's going to be predators, but we don't really need to have enablers. Like there should not be like other women, being part of the bully team or other men being part of the bully team. You need to be getting at the people that are being inappropriate, not at the kid, because the kid doesn't know. Like the kid is like, oh my God, this happened. I'm scared. Like you saw how the other girl was talking. She was like, this happened to me. And I just started to cry. Like, and that's literally what it feels like. I remember I remember what it feels like walking to school, like the girl said. Okay, I used to live in Irvington too. Walking to school, hey baby, oh give me that cooch. Like, no, it's like, and you're like, what the hell is going on? Like you just woke up today and you're like, oh my God, what the heck is going on? And that's what it feels like. So don't put the onus of your opening, the process that you already opened your what is it called? The box, the whatever box that you open and all this knowledge. That's not your knowledge.
Pandora's box.
Yeah, your Pandora's box is open. You're 30 or 35. This person has only been on this planet less than a decade. Okay? And less than a decade of information is not what, less than a decade, less than 2 decades, it is not what it is to have 3, 4, 15 years of information on their mind. And we shouldn't give excuses for people and behavior just because they happen to have a different, a different body part or the same body part, because there's women too that are doing the same thing. Those people need to be held accountable for their behavior, and no one should get excused for that, no matter what position they're in, no matter what money they have, or no matter what power they have. Because if we don't set up a boundary, then at some point we're going to be a place where no one is ever going to have safety, and that's not a good thing. So that's all I had to say.
Thank you so much for that. And thank you for contributing this week and last week. Like, you guys make the conversation so much richer than it would be if I was just at everybody. So I very much so appreciate your contribution
Thank
to the
you. Good night.
conversation.
I'm gonna let you go so you can close out the show and go to sleep.
Okay. All right. I'll talk to you. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and play the outro, and then I'll come back and just close out everything. Okay, so I want to thank everybody again for contributing. Wake Up's not here on the live to give her final thoughts, but I want to thank her for giving me the subject matter too. I told you guys you can always send me information, anything, clips or whatever you want to see me talk about. You can send it to my email. If you're in Discord with me, you can send it to me on Discord. That's fine. If you're friends with me on TikTok, whatever, however you have access to me, you can go ahead and send me that information. Also, I recognize too, I have been slacking really bad, and that's bad on my part, that I have not been promoting my wares, promoting my things. As always, the book is available, for those who need it. But also my t-shirts, The Path to Hell is Paved with Dicks. That is there. And then for the girlies who don't quite feel comfortable to wear that on their chest, I made the mugs. The mugs are double-sided. So on the one side, it has The Path to Hell is Paved with Dicks. And then on the other side, it just has the Level Up Single Mom logo. So there it is in the blue, the lavender, and the gold. I will be looking to make some other things that don't have as much as controversial of things on it as well. But I'm just kind of going with you guys. You guys asked for that particular quote. You were very vocal about that particular quote. So I made those things. Next Friday. Oh, you talk about getting at the cool. Next Friday. These things support the channel. They support me. They make it easier for me to be able to pay for like the restream and the different tools that I use to make this happen. Also, what else? Oh, and I also want to thank you guys for sending the jewels. Who sent me? Some of y'all sent me things. I'm sitting here. Thanks, Lyndon Link, for sending super chats. And wait, I went past one. Here it is. Thank you, Jazzy, for the finger hearts. It refreshed, so I can't go all the way up. But thank you so much for everything that you guys do to support the channel, and even just watching, engaging, talking in the chat. I want to thank Mary, Lorenza, Val, Wake Up, Olivia Bree, Invisible Summer was here tonight. I haven't seen you in so long. Thank you, babe. Jazzy, Malin, Exclusively Elusive was here earlier. Thank you so much for that. Let me see who else was here. There's other people. I can't go all the way up like I was. But anybody, if I missed you, Les was here. Thank you, Les, for coming. I'm glad you were able to make it. And that's all I can see for now because I can't go all the way back up. But yes, very much so appreciate you guys coming and kicking it with me. So send me whatever you want to hear, whatever you want to see me talk about, discuss, break down, and I will talk to you all later.